Welcome to Buttonwillow Raceway Park for the Cal Club SCCA U.S. Majors Tour races. It is Sunday, March 17th, St. Patrick's Day. A happy St. Patrick's Day to all of you as you see the green flash across our screen. Doing a radio broadcast today. Unfortunately, our camera system is having some issues, so we're going to be here radio only, and hopefully you'll enjoy that as well. Let's go through our starting lineup for our first race of the day. We've got our Wings and Things. These are our fast formula cars and our prototypes. In row 7, it's going to be Andy Chan in a P2 car. He is out of Harbor City. And in row 6, we've got on the outside Nicholas Coe in an FC car, David Ferguson in a P2 car, Ferguson out of Paso Robles, and Coe is from Silmar. Row number 5, Joe Moran on the inside in a P1 car from Laguna Hills. On the outside is Noah Hambaye in an FE2 car from Trabuco Canyon. Row number 4, Tom Hope on the inside in an FE2 car. He's from Downey. Next to him, John Yeatman, also an FE2 car from Cave Creek, Arizona. Row number 4, Paul Marino on the outside in an FE2 car. He is from Chatsworth. And on the inside is Perry Richardson in a Prototype 1 car. He is from Chatsworth. And then row number 2, John Manfroy on the inside from San Jose, California. He is in a P1 car. On the outside is Blake Pigeon. He is in an FE2 car, and he is from Austin, Texas. On your front row, on the outside, Caleb Schrader in an FE2 car. He is from Tigard, Oregon, and Jim Davenport on the inside of row 1. That would make him your pole sitter. He is in a P1 car. He is from Alamo. That's how they're going to start here for our races today. Races today just slightly different than yesterday. We have a 30-minute or 16-lap race schedule today. 30 minutes or 16 laps. One race this morning, and then we're going to take a break for lunch. And then after about an hour, we'll come back right around noon for the rest, noon Pacific time, by the way, 3 o'clock on the East Coast, for the rest of our racing action. Our cars are on the backside of our course. Today we're using configuration 14 counterclockwise. We have about 25 configurations here at Buttonwillow. Each can go either direction, so about 50 options here. And we are using the group, it's 14, which means we're using the off-ramp section, no A section. And then we are using Phil Hill and the sweeper. So no Star Mazda turn this weekend. Also the dog leg and not the bus stop. So for those of you who have been here before and know the track, that will mean a little more to you than others. That's going to be our configuration at the moment. Our pace car is on the pit lane, and now we're waiting for our leaders to come onto the front straight, and there they are, 2 by 2. Looks like we've got all of our prototypes up front, and then our FE2 and our non-FE2 cars are in the first group. Here they come down. They get themselves a green flag, and I think they're actually all in one group today. I don't think we have a split start. All those cars heading down towards turn 1 for the first time. A little slow down there, but nobody, a little accordioning going on in turn 1, but it seems though everybody got together or got through there just fine. When they make their way through turn 1, they go on to the, I guess it would be the the west section of the racetrack, and that is we have trees on the west section, we have trees on the east section. So there are 2 spots on the racetrack where I cannot really see the drivers as they do their thing. And when they come back into my view, it'll be right around Riverside. And then I will see them along the entire back stretch until they go out of my view on the east side of the course. Lots of old and tall trees here, which are fantastic, unless, of course, you are a race announcer. 16-lap races today or 30 minutes. These P1 cars are fastest cars here this weekend, so they should definitely, barring a full course caution, which thankfully we don't often get out here at Buttonwillow, we can do those 16 laps here without any issues under normal circumstances. All right, Jim Davenport taking the whole field down now towards the off-ramp. You will see our timing and scoring information here for this race group. And here they are across the line. Early on, we have Caleb Schrader taking the early lead. He is in first place. He is in that FE2 car with a 141.523. Well, let's see what's going on here. Jim Davenport dropped back 8 positions from the pole here. Not exactly sure what happened. Caleb Schrader finished third on the podium at the runoffs this year in Spec Racer Ford. I don't know if he did the runoffs in FE2. Let me go look for that real quick while we're waiting here. Caleb Schrader, one of the best young racers in the SCCA. He has got a heck of a fast foot. Also rarely makes mistakes, which is a very, very good trait to have. Let's see. Oh, yep, he was also third in FE2. Was he third in both FE2 and Spec Racer Ford? Or was he just third in Spec Racer Ford? Hold on a second. I can answer that question as well. I have my fingers on the data. Yep, third in both. So he took home 2 medals last year from Virginia International Raceway. And we can see that he is back on it as well. So it's right now, as it stands, we have Schrader in FE2, your leader. Second place is the Prototype 1 car of John Manfroy. Third place is Paul Marino. That's your top 3. So we've got FE2 P1, FE2 P1. Perry Richardson is in 4th. He is in a P1 car. Then a gaggle of FE2 cars: Blake Pigeon, John Yeatman, Tom Hope, and Noah Hambai. Joe Moran is in 9th in a P1 car. Jim Davenport also now in 10th. He's not making up a whole lot of ground here. That car must have some sort of an issue. It's only circulating with laps of 147, and we know that car's qualifying time was a 131, so it is certainly off the pace. Not exactly sure what the situation is with that car at this moment. Our coverage today brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brakes. I want to thank the good people at Porterfield for being on board to help us do this every race weekend here. If you need anything kind of brake related, either for your car, your street car, or your race car, and they sell a bunch of stuff that's not brake related. Also, stuff that you would use on the pits. They sell, of course, obviously all of the brake fluids and all that kind of stuff, but you can also get other stuff as well, pit tool equipment. Just a really great group of folks there. Check them out, porterfield-brakes.com. "13 laps to go here. Still Schrader, Manfroy, and Marino. Now Jim Davenport has figured out what the issues are. Just dropped a lap of 135.7. That is the fast lap of the day so far here, or at least of the race. You can see that purple on our screen there. When you see purple, that's a fast lap of the day in the race. Green are personal best laps. So everybody in the top 8 except for Paul Marino laid down a personal best that lap as well. So all these tires coming into temperature now here as we enter into our third race lap. Looking at our current temperatures here at Buttonwillow, 63 degrees. It is going to be a perfect day for racing here. 75 degrees is the expected high today. If Davenport keeps going at that pace, that 135 pace, he will just start picking off one driver after another here. There is Schrader across the line again. Manfroy in second, 1.4 seconds back. Now, they are, of course, not racing each other in this particular race. Although you always want to win the overall. Now, there you go. Jim Davenport just jumped from 10th 2 laps ago. He's now up to 6th place. He now has his eyes set on Blake Pigeon and Perry Peterson. Those two cars were just a half a second each ahead of Davenport, so he should be able to dispatch those cars rather quickly here, probably in this lap. So Davenport will be back up to 4th is in all likelihood he will be when he comes around the line again. Schrader keeping about the same distance between himself and John Manfroy. Right now, that's gap still about 1.4 seconds. Their lap times are within 2 or 3 tenths of a second of each other. So that gap's not moving around too much here as we get to the 12 laps to go situation here. Going to get to 16 laps here before we get to the end of this race. Then we're going to stop for our lunch break here. Sometimes the schedule works out where we sneak one race in before lunch, so we'll go into standby mode here for a little bit during lunch, and then we will be back here around 12 o'clock, 12:10, I believe, is when we have the first green flag of the afternoon. Then we'll have 6 races all the way to the end. 6 more races this afternoon for your enjoyment. Schrader staying ahead. Now the gap between first and second is down to 0.3 seconds. So John Manfroy making a little bit of a move. And Jim Davenport, I believe I said earlier he was going to make his way up to 4th place on that lap. Well, I was wrong. He's actually made his way up to 3rd place. So he is on the move right now. And he is now about 9 seconds back from the overall leader of Caleb Schrader. So 9 seconds up, and he's circulating at about 4 seconds a lap faster right now. So he could be in the lead of this race within the next 2 laps. And, of course, the only car on the track that Davenport really has to worry about is the John Manfroy car that's in 2nd place, because they're both in Prototype 1 class. He doesn't really need to get around Caleb Schrader to take home a big trophy today in a checkered flag, because we give first place trophies for the classes here, not for the overall wins. Davenport always a front runner in P1 at just about any racetrack he's at. So I'm not quite sure what his hiccup was on the early first lap, but whatever it is, he's gotten it taken care of, and now he is on the move going towards the front. If you want more information about what we do out here at Buttonwillow and all of the racing in Southern California, check out calclub.com. All that info is there. They also have a Facebook and an Instagram page with some good stuff on both of them. If you're not from Southern California and you'd like to find out more about the SCCA, SCCA.com is the place to go. You can check out our races all across the country. We've got regions in every state, including Alaska. One of the first podcasts we did on the Inside the SCCA podcast was with someone who is a big part of the Arctic region. I believe it's the Alaska Arctic region. And they're based out of Anchorage, I believe. And they actually have this part won't shock you, but they have an ice racing program, and they also do autocrosses when the winter is not there happening. Good people up there. John Manfroy has gotten around Caleb Schrader to take over P1 here, and he is driving a P1 car. So he has made his way around. I think he realized, or someone got on the radio and said, "Hey, Manfroy, Davenport's on the move. You better get to the front." So... But Jim Davenport's still 5 seconds a lap faster than John Manfroy, so it will not take long. maybe even on this lap. Oh, well, it is now Manfroy and Davenport, but Davenport was right on the back tailpipe of Manfroy, and Davenport's going to make the move going into turn 1. So Jim Davenport on lap 1 dropped all the way back to 10th place, and now on lap 9 in the course of 7 laps or so, he has made the move from 10th all the way up to first place. So next time by, we will show him in P1. He was just behind Manfroy when they crossed the stripe by a total of 0.128 seconds. But you could even tell at that point that he was already on the move. Right after the start-finish line, he popped out, made the move to the inside going into the first corner, which we call Sunset here. And then he was able to get around him, and he has already opened up in half a lap a good 10, 12, maybe even 15th car length lead. Might even be more than that. He is really, really moving. Caleb Schrader still with an 8-second lead over second place in FE2, so no real issues there. Then you've got a good battle starting to brew for second place in FE2 between Paul Marino and Blake Pigeon. That's probably the best battle on the racetrack right now. I will try to find that battle so we can talk about that a little bit more. Pigeon comes to us here from Austin, Texas. I'm not sure if he is an Austin, Texas native who lives out here, but he calls his hometown Austin, Texas. Paul Marino's from Los Gatos. So there is Davenport across the line. We'll see how big the lead is now. It is 4.143 seconds right now, and we have hit the halfway point. So let's do a full field rundown here at the halfway point. The full field rundown, stand by. Well, I may not have set that up. The full field rundown here is brought to you by the Inside the SCCA podcast. Let's take a look at where we are right now. Jim Davenport is your race leader. He is in first place overall, first place in the P1 class as well. P1 number 2 is also second place overall, John Manfroy. Then in third place is your FE2 leader. That's Caleb Schrader. Perry Richardson is the third place car in P1. He is fourth overall. Now your second and third place cars in FE2. They're fifth and sixth overall. Blake Pigeon and Paul Marino. From there, 7 through 10, we've got John Yeatman, Tom Hope, Joseph Moran, and Noah Humbayi. And then 11th and 12th, we've got Nicholas Coe and Andy Chan. That's how they stand here at the halfway point, brought to you by the Inside the SCCA podcast. If you want to learn more about the SCCA as well, I think it's a pretty good resource. It is the Inside the SCCA podcast, named the best podcast in motorsports by the National Motorsports Press Association for 2023. I'm really proud of that honor, going up against all the other podcasts about other series, including IndyCar and IMSA and NASCAR. So very, very proud of that honor, and very unexpected, but I'll take it. Anyway, we have a good time with it. We enjoy it. And if you want to check that out, we have it live on YouTube on the Racing Network. That would be every Wednesday night at 6 p.m. Eastern. 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. And then on Friday mornings, when you wake up, it'll be on all of the regular OG podcast platforms, including Spotify and Google and Apple Podcasts, all of those places, and then a couple of others as well. So you can check that out. 7 laps to go here at Buttonwillow. Jim Davenport is now opened up an 11.5-second lead over second place John Manfroy. Jim Davenport, let's look at his run last year at the runoffs. Let me pull that up. I know he was there. Stand by. Prototype 1, here we go. And I honestly don't... Yep, he was the second place finisher at the runoffs. So he comes home with the silver medal. Todd Vanacore was our runoffs winner last year. For those of you who might not be familiar with the runoffs, those are the SCCA National Championships for road racing. They go to various tracks around the country. The last 2 years they were at VIR. This year they will be at Road America. And the winner of the Prototype 1 class at the runoffs was Todd Vanacore. Jim Davenport came in second. Jason Miller was third. Another driver we seem to get out here often is Chip Romer. He was in sixth. He's out of Lake Havasu City. John Manfroy is currently in second place. He finished fifth at the runoffs. So we've got two runoffs qualifiers in this race. Davenport finished second, and Manfroy finished fifth at the runoffs last year. And I'll pop up the Prototype 2 results just to see. I don't think any of the drivers today were in the Prototype 2 field at the runoffs. Looking here. Yeah, it does not appear that any of our drivers today were at the runoffs last year. So that is that situation. Davenport now with a 16-second lead, 16 seconds, over Caleb Schrader, who's now gotten around John Manfroy again. Schrader also now with a big lead. It is 4, I'm doing a little math here, 9, almost 10 seconds back to, oh no, and then another, almost 11 seconds back to second place. Now Blake Pigeon has made his way around Paul Marino. So he is now in second place overall in FE2, and he has a gap of 1.4 seconds over the third place car of Paul Marino. So FE2 right now is Schrader, Pigeon, and Marino. That's your top three. P1, Davenport, Manfroy, and Richardson, your top three there as well, as we get to 5 laps to go here. Next race up after lunch is going to be our STL Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, Touring 2, 3, and 4 will be the groups coming up after lunch. Those are always fun. The Super Touring is I call it our tuner class. That would be kind of, those are production-based cars that have, the rules are a little bit more open for Super Touring. You can do some more stuff to your car. Touring classes are about as close as we get to the old school showroom stock, for those of you who remember that. Those are essentially, for the most part, stock cars. Obviously, safety improvements all the way around. So they've got the roll cages and the seats and the seat belts necessary. But mechanically speaking, for the most part, those touring cars are pretty much stock. So working 5 laps to go. Jim Davenport's going to come around one more time. He's coming out of the first corner, or the last corner again, down towards start-finish. It'll be 4 to go now when he crosses the line. He is right there. And then it's a long, long way back here for our second and third place cars. I will say, Caleb Schrader is about 4 laps away from taking wins in 3 of the 4 races he's driving in this weekend. He won both FE2 and Spec Racer Ford yesterday. And I'm sure he would like to make the clean sweep of the weekend. Checking out to see what Jim Davenport did in this race yesterday. He might be up for a sweep as well. Yes, he was the winner of P1 yesterday. So Jim Davenport is also trying to sweep the weekend here for the P1 class. And Jim Davenport comes down here. It'll be 3 to go now. And, of course, on lap 13, he drops purple. That means that's his fastest lap of the day and anybody's fastest lap of the day. A 1:32.717. 1:32.717. Don't know. I'm going to try to get the track records for this weekend for this particular configuration. People give you an idea how fast some of these cars are going. Weather's absolutely perfect for setting track records today, so we'll see if any of that happens. All right, while I thought it was, well, the weather is perfect for track records. It is not going to be a fast record, at least I don't think so today for Jim Davenport. The track record here on this configuration is a 130.4, and his best today is a 132.7. I don't know what the times were yesterday, so I'll have to go check that out. Caleb Schrader, looking at his best lap today in FE2, is a 137.3. And that is just a little bit off the track record, which actually Caleb Schrader holds from last year, which was a 137.0. So he's about 0.3 shy of that. We're on our final race lap right now. Jim Davenport is working his way around. The white flag is in the air. Doesn't really look like there's any on-track battles for podium positions at this moment. Everything is pretty well locked up here. Here comes Jim Davenport now. Where is he at? There he is. Hold on. Looking for him. I was paying attention to track records, and I lost my leader. He'll be coming around, though, very, very shortly. Oh, there he is. There is our leader now going through the dog leg and heading down towards Grapevine for the final time. He is up and over the hill of the Grapevine, no issues. Now he goes through Cotton Corners. On this direction, it's a very slow right-left hander there, and now he's down I-5, heading to the sweeper for the final time. Once I see him again, he will be heading towards our final corner here. We call that one Sunrise. You may guess that the Sunrise corner is on the east side of the track and the Sunset corner is on the west side. And here comes Jim Davenport. The checkered flag is in the air, and he will take his second race win of the weekend, the second of the weekend for Jim Davenport. Now we wait for Caleb Schrader to cross the line. He is also trying to get his third, or actually not also, he is trying to get his third race win of the weekend. If he still puts that together, no reason to think he won't. He had a 6 second lead over Blake Pigeon at the last lap, so everything should be easy for him. If he has no problems with the car, he should be able to take over and win this FE2 race as well. And he should be here any minute. There is the checkered flag. I believe that is going to be Caleb Schrader right there. A 57-second win for Jim Davenport and a over FE2, which doesn't really matter much, but it was a over-minute win in P1. So let's do our full field rundown here, presented by Inside the SCCA. Jim Davenport is your overall winner, and first place in P1. Second place in P1, Perry Richardson. Third place, Joseph Moran. Fourth place was John Manfor. He ran tough early and then either came in or had some sort of an issue. He finishes 12th overall and fourth place in P1. Did I get that right? Yep, that is exactly right. FE2, your race winner, Caleb Schrader. Of course, these are all unofficial results until everyone clears the grids and the protests, if there are any. Caleb Schrader, your provisional winner. In second place, Blake Pigeon, your other podium finisher in FE2, Paul Marino. Then you've got John Yeatman, Tom Hope, and Noah Humbaye. And your only car in P2, that would be Andy Chan. That's how they finish here in Group 1. We're going to be back right around 12:10 Eastern time, or I'm sorry, 12:10 Pacific time for the start of our second race and the rest of our races for the weekend. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in a bit. Welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park, Cal Club SCCA U.S. Majors Tour. Got 6 races on tap this afternoon. Already 1 race in the books this morning. That one went off just before lunch, and now we have 6 more races to go. This next race up is our STU, STL, Touring 2, 3, and 4. Pace lap is underway. Here is our starting lineup. Starting on row 8 on the inside, Tony Kuratsus in a T4 car. That is what is that? That's a Scion from San Jose. Lynn Griffiths is next to him in a T3 car from Menlo Park. Row number 7 is Philip Clark on the inside. David Lecren on the outside. Clark's driving a T4 car from Oceanside, California. From Oceanside. And David Lecren is in an STL car. He is from Ramona, California. Row number 6, Izzy Sanchez on the inside in a T4 car from San Jose. Next to him, Patrick Drinkwine in an STL car, also from San Jose. Row number 5 on the inside, Carl Young. He is in an STL Honda Civic from Salinas. And next to him is Dale Shoemaker in car number 52. That is an STU Mazda MX-5. He is from Henderson, Nevada. And in row number 4 on the inside, Ross Murray, a T3 Mustang from Marina Del Rey. And on the outside is Michael Newmayer. He is in an STL Mazda from San Mateo. Row number 3 is Ryan Gutierrez on the inside in an STL car. That is a Miata. He is from Madera. On the outside of row number 3 is Jared Koth. He is from Clovis, California, and he is in a Mazda MX-5. Row number 2, Wilson Powell on the inside in an STU BMW, and he is from Dublin, that's Dublin, California, not Dublin, Ireland. Although that would make sense. It is St. Patrick's Day. Wesley Molno in an STL car. He is from Glendora, California, and he is in a Miata. Your front row is Tazio Otis on the inside in the STU car. That's your pole sitter. He is from Alameda in a Honda Civic. And on the outside of row number 1 is Sean Lovett. That is a T3 BMW. He is from Petaluma. That's the way they're going to start. All the cars are now down towards the sweeper section of, the A section, or what we like to call the off-ramp, is the section of the racetrack we're using today. They're going to be coming into pit lane here very, very shortly. Now, that would be the pace car, not the whole field. If the whole field followed the pace car to the pit lane, that'd be a little weird. Waiting on the pace car. Now on pit lane, right behind him is the field. They are now exiting the final corner onto the main straight. If the starter likes what he sees, he will wave that green flag. And the green flag is in the air. Here they all go now, barreling down towards the first corner for the first time. Keeping an eye down there to see if I can find all of those cars making it through without any issues. That is the hope, of course. And it looks as though they made it through just fine. Clean through turn 1. Now they head down towards the sweeper section, or Star Mazda. Star Mazda is a section of the racetrack we are not using today. And that is, I should grab a map of the track and show that to you folks. Let me see if I can make that happen here. Let's see what I can do. I'll see if I can work that up between races here for you. Also pulling up the results from yesterday's race in this group. So we can talk a little bit about how that all played out yesterday. Let me pull that up. Yes, Sean Lovett actually drove away from this class. He had a 37-second lead at the line. He was also your STU race winner. Sean Lovett was first, Wilson Powell second, Ross Murray, your first place car in T3, came in third overall. But that BMW Sean Lovett is in is just a really, really well put together race car, and he is not in the lead coming out of turn one this time by. It's now Tazio Otis, but not far back is Sean Lovett. Yesterday, Tazio Otis finished 15th. He must have had some sort of a problem or maybe just ended his day early. But he is back out there now in the lead. Just hit a lap of 156.836. 156.836. Still in the early lap, so tires just starting to come up to speed. That first lap's not always the fastest lap of the day. Lots of times out here this weekend in particular, we've seen purple laps. That means fast laps on the lap chart. So anytime you see a purple time up there, that means that car's last lap was its fastest for this race, for this particular session. We've seen a lot of purple laps in the late sections in these races today. Weather could not be better at Buttonwillow for racing today. A Chamber of Commerce type weather, 69 degrees right now at 12:15 in the afternoon. We're expecting it to go up to about 75 before all is said and done. 6 races to go today. We'll be wrapping it up right around 4:15 Pacific time tonight. So a lot of action still ahead of us right now. So yesterday's top three in STU was Sean Lovett, Wilson Powell, and Dale Shoemaker. The top four in STL were Jared Korth, Michael Newmeyer, and Patrick Gutierrez. Coming across the line again, this time Otis is making a good time, although just going purple. That is Sean Lovett with a 155.053. So only a gap of 0.891 seconds between those two cars. We will see how long Tazio Otis can hold off Lovett. I suspect Lovett probably will get around him, if only because of yesterday's dominance performance is my indicator on that. But we'll see. It's possible that Otis did some work overnight on that car. It's also possible that Lovett's okay being in second place here and just keeping an eye on what the situation is, not letting that number 7 Otis car pull away, and keeping an eye on where that car goes faster, where that car might be a little bit slower, and then deciding how is best to get around Otis a little later in this race. The gap hasn't really changed a whole lot between those two cars from lap to lap, so here they come across the line again. Lap nearly identical gap between the two. It was 0.891 last time by, this time by 0.825. And then there comes your next four cars across the line. Ross Murray is in third place. Third place overall, second place in Touring 3. And then you've got Jared Koth, your leader in STL, followed pretty closely behind, 0.2 of a second, by both Ryan Gutierrez and Michael Newmeyer, also about 0.2 of a second. So the whole podium in STL is split apart by just about a half second, first, second to third. So that could be an exciting battle here as we get deeper into this race. Today's race is 16 laps, if we can get him in under the 30-minute time limit. Now Otis has opened up a slightly bigger lead down the dogleg. Wondering if that car makes speed better through our faster sections, but when we get to the twistier stuff, that's where Lovett is stronger. Lovett pulls right back up onto the rear bumper of Otis when they get to the slower section of the Grapevine and Cotton Corners. So maybe a little more horsepower in that Otis car, in that Honda Civic versus the BMW E46. Here they come down the one more time now. The gap slightly, ever so slightly closer. 0.798 now is the gap between Otis and Lovett. He's essentially no different between Lovett and Otis in that time gap thing, in the time gap between the two of them. This time they're wow. Last lap, Tazio Otis hit a 155-154, and Sean Lovett was a 155-127. So the difference between the two cars, about 25 hundredths of a second. I'd say they're fairly evenly matched, at least at this moment. $12 laps to go in this race. Just want to remind everybody, next up is our small bore production car group, GTL, E, F, and H production cars, although I don't think we have any F production cars here today. So GT Lights, A Sedan, E production, and B Spec. That's up next here, coming up. Corner workers are keeping an eye. We've just had a pass for the lead, too. Sean Lovett just got around Tazio Otis last lap and now has opened up a 0.8 seconds lead. We're also hearing that 7 car of Otis might be dragging an exhaust pipe of some sort. So our corner workers have been asked to keep an eye out for that. And if it appears that may become a safety hazard for either that car or the cars behind it, they could ask that car to come in, and it would be displayed what we call a meatball flag, which is a black flag with an orange ball in the center, and that is an indication to the driver that there is something mechanically wrong with the car and that it needs to present itself to pit lane so that the officials can take a look underneath and make sure that car is still safe. If they do deem that the car is safe, they'll let him back out. And if they don't, then he'll have to make some repairs before he can go back out on the racetrack. But if at that point in time, well, actually just coming in for the black flag pretty much ends your day as far as the chance to win the race. But we want to make sure that everything out here is going on is as safe as possible. So if it is dragging a tailpipe as loud as these cars are, it's possible that Otis doesn't even know it's happening. Just saw a car put a wheel off at Cotton Corners, but was able to continue. Lovett's now opened up a bit of a lead here over Otis at the line. Lovett still in first place. Otis crossing now 3 seconds back. So definitely slowing down a little bit is that car of Tazio Otis. Lovett's not turning laps any faster. It's just that Otis has slowed down a bit. Koth still has a lead over Ryan Gutiel. Now it's 3 seconds back to Gutiel, so that's the gap between first and second in STL. All of those cars, Korth, Gutiel, and Newmeyer, they've all made their way around Ross Murray. Actually, Ross Murray is coming from behind. Yesterday he finished, I believe, second or third. Again today, qualifying a little bit slow, but was able to make his way up yesterday. He is now on the move, too. Ross Murray has moved up into 6th place. Lovett ended the day yesterday with a 37-second lead. Otis hanging on, though. I don't think if Otis doesn't have any issues, he had to end his day early yesterday for some reason. But if he can keep at this pace, it's unlikely that Lovett will end up with a 37-second lead. But we'll keep watching to see what we find in that situation. Next time by, there'll be 9 laps to go for your race leader. Here he comes. Oh, no. Should be the next car by. Yep, there he is. And the second place car is now 3.5 seconds back. So if he can keep this pace, it'll be a not quite as easy a run for Sean Lovett. And I will also say that car is one of the prettier race cars out here. Just a wonderful, I'm not sure if it's a wrap or a paint scheme, a paint job. I'm guessing by as intricate as it is, it might be a wrap, but it is just a really cool, it's got a Liqui-Moly liveried car, and it is just really, really a pretty race car. So not all pretty cars go fast, but a lot of fast cars are pretty. If you want to come out and check out what we do out here, you're welcome to stop by and check it out. You can find more information about how to become involved with our races. If you're out here on Southern California, you can go to calclub.com, find out a bunch of info there, find out who you can talk to. If you want to become a volunteer worker, that's what a lot of us do out here. We could not put these races on if there weren't a bunch of car enthusiasts out here volunteering to do what we like to call fun with cars. You can find out more information at calclub.com. If you're not from Southern California and you want to find a region close to you to go and have fun with cars with, you go to SCCA.com. They've got all the information you need. And there comes our race leader. At the line will be the halfway point in this race. Sean Lovett will be in first place now with a 5.5-second lead. Also now starting to make up and get around some of the slower cars. We've got some lap traffic here. Both your first and second place cars have now gotten past David Lecren. Jared Korth crosses the line third. All right, let's take a look at our full field rundown here at the halfway point. It's brought to you by the Inside the SCCA podcast. Your leader, Lyle Lovett. I knew it was a matter of time that I was going to throw a Lyle Lovett in there. Sean Lovett is your leader. He is in the T3 car. He's also your T3 class leader. Second place is Tazio Otis. He is your STU leader. He is second overall. Third overall is Jared Koth. He is your STL race leader. Second and third place in STL is fourth and fifth overall, Ryan Gutiel and Michael Newmeyer. Your T3 second place car, Ross Murray. That car is in sixth place. Yes, sixth place, second overall. Then you've got Patrick Drinkwine, Izzy Sanchez, who is your T4 race leader. He is in eighth, followed by Dale Shoemaker. Tony Karatsus is in 10th place. He is in second place in T4. And Philip Clark is also in T4. He is in third place. He is in 11th place. 12th place is David Lecren. That is your full field rundown here at the halfway point. It is brought to you by the Inside the SCCA podcast. You can find the Inside the SCCA podcast live on YouTube Wednesday nights at 9 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. on the East Coast. You can find that on the Racing Network, same place where you're watching or listening to this. Then the regular old school podcast, the OG, it drops on Friday mornings on all of the popular podcast networks. We just did episode 155, I believe, which means our next episode will be the start of season number 4. We are 18 and a half minutes. Are we going up on the clock here? Yeah, we're 18 and a half minutes in. So 12 minutes left on the clock, 9.5 minutes left on the clock here, 7 laps to go. I'm not quite sure we're going to get this all in on laps or we'll go to time, but we're sure going to try. This is one of those cars where what you see on the showroom is kind of what you get to see on the racetrack. We've got a Honda Civic, a BMW E46, BMW M3, a Miata, an MX-5, a Mustang, a CRX. Nope, that's a Civic. A Toyota FRS, a Subaru BRZ, a Mazda RX-8, a Scion FR5, a Porsche Boxster is also in this class, although not racing today. So little bit of everything depending on what your favorite flavor of race car is. We've got it out here this weekend. So we just got word from around the racetrack. The tailpipe on the 7 car has exited the race car. and I believe it has rolled off to a relatively safe location. So he will be able to continue his day, albeit probably a bit louder than he was when he started. 5 laps to go here. Sean Lovett's now opened up an 8.5-second lead, although that number is really not that important because the difference between Lovett and that 8-second lead is Tatazio Otis, and that car is in a different class. So we've got the top 3 cars are in different classes and not terribly close to each other on the racetrack. That would be Lovett, Otis, and Jared Korth, who is your STL leader. Now, the gaps in STL are also pretty impressive. The first to second place is 10.4 seconds. That's Jared Korth back to Ryan Gutiel. Only battle right now on the racetrack for a podium position, is the battle for second place in STL. Ryan Gutiel is in second, and Michael Newmeyer is in third. Last time by, they were 0.2 of a second separated the two of them. We'll start watching that battle to see if that number goes up or down as your leader crosses the line now with 4 laps to go. Yeah, those two STL cars just coming through Cotton Corners now, pretty close to each other. Doesn't look like the gap's changing a whole lot. I'm pretty sure these are those two cars now as they come out of the last corner. Yep, that is Gutiel and Newmeyer. Gutiel opens up just a wee bit. He's now at 0.3 of a second, almost 0.4 of a second between him and Michael Newmeyer. And then the gap back to the fourth place car in STL is fairly significant. It is now 32 seconds, give or take, between third and fourth place in STL. So Ryan Newmeyer pretty much has at least third place in hand. Not really much to worry about behind him. So he can really concentrate on what's ahead of him, and that would be a possible second step on the podium in STL if he can find a way to make up a little gap and get around Ryan Gutiel. Ryan Gutiel's been around here for a very long time, knows this track well. Watching those two cars go past me here down the dog leg, pretty much same distance between the two of them. Newmeyer is able to make up a little bit of time going into going into Grapevine and Cotton Corners, but then it seems like Gutiel's able to pull away just a little bit on the straightaway, so maybe just a tiny bit more horsepower in that 116 car. Sean Lovett's best lap of the day is the best lap of everybody. All the way back on lap number 2, he hit a 155.056. Now he's been able to cut it back just a little bit and take it easy with laps of 157.944. One of our two second or third place cars put a wheel off coming out of the final corner. I'm going to guess that might be Michael Newmeyer because he was a little further back than he was the lap before. Trying really hard to stay on the back bumper of Ryan Gutiel. If he loses the draft, that will be a big, big problem trying to catch back up. Next time by will be 2 laps to go. Depending on when he crosses the line, I think that's likely going to happen. Coming right up on the 30-minute time limit here. Well, there he is as he crossed the line, Sean Levitt. So definitely will have enough time to get in both of these final 2 laps. So about 5.2 miles to a second checkered flag overall victory for Sean Levitt. If he can keep it all together here for 2 more laps, he will sweep the weekend in T3 and in the overall for this race. He has already shown that he has the speed to get it done. And if that car is as immaculate under the hood as it is on the paint scheme, it's probably pretty well put together and able to make the distance here. Gutiel-Neumeyer battle, that has not changed a whole lot. 0.6 of a second separate them now. It's almost to the point there in that battle for the second spot on the podium. If Gutiel doesn't make a mistake, doesn't have a hiccup, doesn't go just a little tiny bit wide and open the door, it's going to be really hard for Neumeyer to be able to catch up at this point in time. Levitt's working his way around some lap traffic. No problems there. He should be coming into our view any moment. The white flag will be in the air, and that will signify our final race lap here in this race group. Here he comes onto the front straight. There is your white flag. It is being waved for Sean Levitt. 2.6 miles now to victory for him if everything goes well. We are on our final lap here. Still keeping a bit of an eye on the Ryan Gutiel-Michael Neumeyer battle. That is the only really semi-close battle on the racetrack now. It is a battle for a podium position. Right now, Gutiel's in second. Neumeyer is in third. So both of them will land themselves on the podium. The only thing still in question is who's going to be on the second step and who's going to be on the third step. As they come into our view for the second to last time. Here they are, a little bit closer this time for Neumeyer. Maybe he's just holding out for this final lap. We can wait to see right on the bumper right now as he closes down, going down towards turn number 1 for the last time. Is he going to try to go underneath? Let's see what happens. He is trying to go underneath, but not quite enough to get there. Clean through turn 1, but it's still Gutiel in first and Neumeyer in second, which would actually be second and third in STL. Now we will wait for them to see each other as I see them come into our view again, coming down off of Phil Hill. I'll catch them as they go into Riverside. Gutiel is in the blue car. Neumeyer's in the red car. Which one's going to be first next one into our view? It does look like Michael Neumeyer has found his way to get around Ryan Gutiel here on the final lap. It might have happened right at the exit of turn 1. He was right there. Now can Gutiel come back and respond? He's closing the gap, going down Dogleg into Grapevine here. What are we going to see? Are they going to go side by side? Gutiel's right there, making a little wider turn. Oh, and he went in way deep. Had to get off the brakes a little bit to get himself through that corner, but now he's right back on the rear bumper of Neumeyer. As they go through Cotton Corners, Neumeyer pulls out just a little bit on the gas, a little bit faster. They're going to go through the sweeper now. As they go into the sweeper, it is still about a 1-car length lead, but Neumeyer goes really wide. Did that open the door for Gutiel? Not just yet. Here they come, going down towards the first corner here. Or the last corner, I should say. It is still Neumeyer up front. Gutiel is in second. Will he be able to catch him as they head down towards the line? I don't think so. Looks like second place in STL is going to be Ryan Gutiel. I'm sorry, second place is going to be Michael Newmeyer. Third place, Ryan Gutiel. That's a pretty good finish there, folks. All right, that's going to do it for race number 2. Let's go through the full field rundown here, brought to you by the Inside the SCCA podcast. Your winner, Sean Lovett, in also the T3 winner overall. Second place, Tazio Otis, your STU class winner. Third place is Jared Korth, your STL class winner. Second place in STL, and third place, Michael Newmeyer and Ryan Gutiel. They are fourth and fifth overall. Then you've got your T3 second place car of Ross Murray. Your STL fourth place car is Patrick Drinkline. STU second place car, Dale Shoemaker. Then you've got your T4 class winner, that is Izzy Sanchez, followed by second and third place in T4, Tony Karatsus and Philip Clark. And then your 12th place finisher is David Lecran. That's going to do it for race number 2. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we will have our third race of the day. That is going to be GTL, A Sedan, B Spec, E, F, and H production. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Cal Club SCCA U.S. Majors Tour Racing here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Group 3, race number 3 is getting ready to get underway. This is GT Lights, E Production, H Production, B Spec. That's who is going to be on the track here. Let's go over our starting order. Starting in row 5, Ali Niami in a B Spec, Mazda 2 from Morgan Hill. Row number 4, 2 more B Spec cars. Thomas Lepper is on the inside of row number 4. He has what is he driving? Another Mazda 2. He's from Venezia. Next to him, Tom Tuttle. He is in a Mini Cooper. He is from Austin, Texas. Brian Lynn is in the 3rd row on the inside. He is in a GT Lights Austin Healey from Hermosa Beach. Noel Hayward is on the outside of row number 3. His GT Lights car is an MG Midget, and he is from Viejo. Row number 2, Kurt Fritchie. He is in an E Production Mazda RX-7. He is from Mountain View. Joe Carr on the outside of row number 4 in an E Production Mazda Miata from Petaluma, California. Your front row on the inside, you've got Ben Valentine. He's your pole sitter. He is in an MG Midget. He is from Fullerton. And on the outside of row number 1, Christopher Qualls. He is in an A Sedan Mustang, and he is from West LA. Lights are out on the pace cars. They go through Cotton Corners, a couple more turns before they get onto the front straight. If our starter, Chuck Phillips, likes what he sees, he will throw that green flag in the air, and we will get this race underway. We're going to go 16 laps or 30 minutes, whichever comes first. Barring any shenanigans, that should be 16 laps. Ben Valentine had a great day here yesterday. Pull up that information really quick like. Where did it go? Group 3, here we go. Yeah, Ben Valentine, a 38-second lead at the finish line. Even longer over second place in GTL. So, mixed class racing, he had a big lead over the A Sedan second place car of Christopher Qualls. Here they come down towards the start. Green flag is in the air. Christopher Qualls jumps out to an early lead in that Mustang. My guess, though, is that Ben Valentine will get the tires up to speed pretty quickly. The production car, the GT Light cars are on slick tires, legit slick tires. The A Sedan cars, they're on super soft cars, but I believe those are DOT spec tires. So once the GT Light tires come up to pressure and come up to temperature, my guess is that he will seek down the Christopher Qualls car. That would be Ben Valentine to be able to get around him rather quickly here. In this race, we've got 3 GT Lights cars, 3 B Spec cars, 2 E Production cars, and 1 A Sedan car. So your class winners yesterday, Ben Valentine in GT Lights, Christopher Qualls in A Sedan, Kurt Fritchie in E Production, and Thomas Lepper took the win in B Spec. About a 10-car length lead for Christopher Qualls here as they go through the dogleg, head up towards Grapevine, go up over Grapevine, then down the hill to Cotton Corners. Then they will go and hit the A section. And when they hit the A section, one more short little shoot down to Sunrise, and that'll put them onto the front straight. We are racing track number 14 counterclockwise today. That is the configuration. Absolutely beautiful weather here at Buttonwillow. Sunny skies, right around 70, 72 degrees, somewhere in that area. Here comes our race leader at the moment, Christopher Qualls, crossing the line, first place. Second place car is Ben Valentine in that GT Lights car. E-Production Joe Carr is in third. E-Production, overall, it is Joe Carr in third place. First place car in E-Production. Now, Thomas Lepper, Tom Tuttle, and Ali Niami is your third place car. That's how they lined up yesterday at the end of the race as well in B-Spec. So, B-Spec is a really kind of cool class as well. It's a semi-spec class. All of the cars of like make are the same, and then they are balanced for power through weight and restrictor plates to get similar cars. The B-Spec cars are a sector of the automobile industry that kind of the grocery getter econo box cars, Mini Coopers, Mazda 2s, Toyota Yaris is in there, and what is the Honda? Oh, the Honda Fit, yes. I drive a Honda Fit, I should know that. Chris Quall still staying ahead of Ben Valentine as they get around this second lap. Still not much change in position there. But at some of our bigger events, you'll get 15, 20 of these B-Spec cars, and they are an absolute hoot. Series has not caught on as much here on the West Coast as it has in the East Coast, the class, I should say. But when you get a bunch of them out there, it is sure a whole lot of fun to watch. This time, Ben Valentine lays down a purple lap of 2:00.165. He's about 0.2 of a lap faster than Chris Qualls last time, who put down his best lap of the race at a 2 minutes 3:07. Here comes your B-Spec field right across the line now. Lepper, Ali Naemi moves into second place. Tom Tuttle now dropping back to third. Ben Valentine has closed the gap considerably between himself and Chris Qualls here. As they come onto the front straight this next time, it might be neck and neck. Wouldn't also be surprised if Valentine actually gets around Qualls before they get to the front straight here. If not, he will be right there and possibly trying to make the move. Lots of pace off of the last corner for Valentine. We'll see if he can close this gap. That little midget right behind, that little MG midget, not trying to be despairing, the MG midget, which is behind the big Mustang, which is blowing a big, huge hole through the air. Should be a big slipstream for the midget to be able to get by when the time comes. Although I suspect that car is probably able to get out there on straight pace. Yesterday, the fast lap for Ben Valentine was a 1:54. Today, it is a 2-minute lap about right now that they're doing. So there's more speed left in that MG midget. And then you see Qualls pull away just a little bit down the back straight. He's doing a great job of hanging on in front of Ben Valentine. Ben Valentine's, I don't know if he's maybe using yesterday's tires and it doesn't have quite the grip that he had yesterday, but he is not going as quick today as he did yesterday. Yesterday, his qualifying time was a 1:54. His race times right now are a 2-minute. His race times yesterday, let's see if I can pull that up here real quick. Yesterday, his fast time was a 1:54 during the race, so definitely a little bit slower for that GTL car today. Not able to get around at this point in time, either not able to or not wanting to get around Chris Qualls at the moment. There's a pass right there. Joe Carr, Kurt Fritchie was trying to get around Joe Carr. Let's see if he gets that thing to stick. Yep, Kurt Fritchie makes the move going into turn 1 and gets around Joe Carr. That is a pass for the lead in E-Production. So the 40 car, that is the RX-7, the kind of gunmetal gray RX-7. He has moved forward to the to first place in E-Production. Joe Carr drops back to second place. Really nice move there going into turn 1. Chris Qualls on that last lap also went purple. His time is 6.7 of a second faster than Ben Valentine on that last lap. So very, very close between the two cars. Very close time-wise. Only a 0.6 of a second gap at the line. Valentine still looking right at Chris Qualls. Chris Qualls opens up maybe a 10 or so car length lead down the backstretch, down through Dogleg, and then Valentine is able to close up as they go over Grapevine and really close up. Much better brakes on the MG Midget. Also, I'm guessing it's a lot lighter car as well. But a lot of gap is being able to get closed down going through Grapevine and Cotton Corners. But then when it's able to get on the gas and let the thing breathe, the Mustang has got, it seems, more horsepower. So they both make their speed in different places, which is very much the case often in our mixed class racing. But right now, Christopher Qualls is able to keep it in front of Valentine. Still in front of Valentine, coming onto the front straight again. And right when they get on the gas, Qualls starts to open it up just a little bit more as they head down towards turn 1. Must be really frustrating for Ben Valentine to get so close at Cotton Corners and then slowly watch the Mustang pull away. The good news, though, for Valentine and for Qualls is that, well, Qualls is the only A sedan car here, so he will probably take the win if he gets to the halfway point. But the good news for Ben Valentine is that he's really not racing for a trophy against Qualls, just for bragging rights to be able to take home the first place overall, which in the SCCA is not as important as taking home the first place in your class. Kurt Fritchie has pulled away a lot from Joe Carr now. That's probably going to be about a 10-12 second lead. That pass for the lead just happened 1, maybe 2 laps ago, and he's already pulled out a big gap here. Last time by, Fritchie had a lap of 1:59.5. Joe Carr had a lap of 2:05.5. So Carr's a little bit slower. He's about 5 seconds a lap slower than his fastest lap in this race, 4 seconds or so. He had a 1:59.4 was his fast lap. His last lap was a 1:55.5. So here comes Kurt Fritchie looking to possibly make a move on Ben Valentine. Also not a move for class position here. So, but Fritchie is on a move. There's Joe Carr. Let's look at the gap now. 16.6 seconds between first and second in E-Production. So that is a really interesting development here. Kurt Fritchie just went purple. Fast lap of anybody on this race with a 1:58.059. That is an absolutely flyer of a lap. Looking at the B-Spec field, Thomas Lepper still holding on to first place. He's trying to repeat what he did yesterday. Ali Naimi, though, would like to not let that happen. He is only 0.8 of a second back from Lepper. Tom Tuttle, your second place finisher today, falling back a little. I'm sorry, second place finisher from yesterday, falling back a little bit now. He has dropped to 3.3 seconds back to second place. So Ali Naimi's doing his best to give Lepper a hard time here, not let him have an easy run to the checkered flag here in B-Spec. Now Kurt Fritchie pulling out to the inside of Ben Valentine going into turn one. Not a pass for position in class, but definitely a pass for position overall. He gets the job done, but then Ben Valentine tries to do the over-under. Lets Fritchie through, but then tries to go right back around him coming out of turn one. We will wait to see whether or not that was a successful response. Once we see those three cars come back into our view when they get to our Riverside corner here. Fritchie was able to hold on to that lead and is now trying to track down that first place car of Chris Qualls here. I do believe that Fritchie car is faster, generally speaking, than the A-Sedan car. So he is right there on the rear bumper of Qualls going into Cotton Corners. All three cars, you could cover them with a blanket right now. This is a three-car battle for overall position here, but none of those cars are in the same class. So while it's fun to watch, they all have to be careful because if they get into each other in any way, it could screw up their class victory, which is what they're really trying to do. Fritchie going around on the outside of the final corner, coming onto the front straight. That is not the typical way to get the pass done there, but he absolutely get it done now. Qualls tries to respond back because he's got probably just slightly more horsepower in that Mustang. Qualls going to the inside, but he has to back out and lets Fritchie stay in front. All right, we are at the halfway point here. Let's do this. How about a full field rundown here? Brought to you by the Inside the SCCA podcast. Kurt Fritchie is your race leader in E-Production, also your E-Production class leader. Second overall, first in A-Sedan, Christopher Qualls. Third overall, first in GT Lights is Ben Valentine. Joe Carr is in fourth place, also second in E-Production. Fifth place is Noel Hayward. He is second in GT Lights. And then we've got our three-way battle for B-Spec. Right, 1, 2, and 3 in the running order. First place, Thomas Lepper. Second place, Ali Naimi in 0.8 of a second back from first place. And then now about 5 seconds back is Tom Tuttle in third. That is your full field rundown here for our third race of the day, I believe. Race number 3. Yep. After this one, we've got 4 more to go here. Next up on the docket, if I can get my page, I'm old school here, got paper. Next up on the docket is race number 4. This is our Formula FTS, and our Formula V cars, even though it doesn't say Formula V there. That's up next. Seven laps to go in this race here. Still a fun little battle, although it does look as though Thomas Lepper is growing his lead over Ali Naimi. It is now 1.2 seconds. Also want to shout out to Noel Haywood. Noel Haywood is the number 2 car. That is the third place car in GT Lights. That's a beautiful yellow MG midget. I'm a sucker for a yellow race car. All of my race cars have been yellow, and I just, it's also from an announcer's standpoint, it's easy to pick out the yellow cars in the distance. There's Tom Lepper crossing the line right now with Ali Naimi not far behind, now 2 seconds or so. And then a little further back is the Mini Cooper of Tom Tuttle. So really now the only close battles on the racetrack is that battle up front for the overall lead with 3 different classed cars. Fritchie, Valentine, and Qualls. There is Fritchie and Valentine crossing the line. Qualls a little further back. Qualls starting to, I don't know if he's kind of overspent his tires, but he is now slowing down just a bit. Ben Valentine now pulling away from Kurt Fritchie. He's made a move to the lead. Kurt Fritchie seems to be dropping back. I'm not quite sure if there are some issues with that car, but I do believe that Chris Qualls tried to get around him but didn't. It's also possible that Fritchie just had a little bit of a hiccup at some point, and that allowed Valentine to work his way around. But with 6 laps to go now, it'll be 7 laps next time by. At the line, Valentine is going to have a lead of about 3.3 seconds. And then right behind, 1 second later, Chris Qualls. Talking a little bit more about B-Spec, Thomas Lepper's had a really good weekend, done a very nice job of managing the tires and getting everything he can out of that race car. new tires this year for the B-Spec cars, new Goodyear tires. They are the new spec tire. Lots of rave reviews on these tires from drivers who've spent a lot of time on them so far. I'm pretty certain that I know those tires were required for all of the Super Tours, and I think they're now required for the rest of the year for all the cars now. Switching to a new tire from a different manufacturer last year, so they did give drivers a little bit of time to use up their old tires from last year, but I'm pretty sure everybody now needs to be on those Goodyear spec tires. But Lepper's done a really good job of managing the pace this weekend and getting around cars. Now our front pack of cars, Ben Valentine starting to work his way through those slower B-Spec cars. The good news for everybody involved is there's pretty good gaps now between everybody, so getting around the slower cars should be fairly easy. If you don't have a perfect spot to do it, there's no real benefit for you to push it. You can find a good spot and then make that move around. Chris Quall still fighting with Kurt Fritchie. Valentine now on the front stretch. He's gotten around both of the the two second and third place cars in B-Spec. Next, setting his sights on getting around Thomas Lepper. That's the next lap car that he's got to get around. Lepper will just let him by. They're not racing for position. That's the courteous thing to do with your race winner or your race leader. And while all that's going on, Ben Valentine drops purple again, a 1:57.655. He has decided it is time to win this race. Christopher Quall's got around Kurt Fritchie. So that car was blazingly fast in the middle part of this race, but that RX-7 is starting to fall off here in the final laps. Good for everybody to remember that our small open wheel cars are next. Our Formula Fs and our Formula V car, that will be up next here at Buttonwillow. Tom Tuttle just put in his personal best lap of the race. He is working to try to catch up to second place, Ali Naimi, and to take the second spot on a podium in B-Spec. He just dropped to 2:09.5. He is now 2.4 seconds to go. 4 seconds back from second place. So if he could put a couple laps together with 4 to go here, he might be able to catch Naimi and then have a little bit of a battle here, potentially for the second spot on the podium in B-Spec. Yeah, there's something definitely off pace with that RX-7 of Kurt Fritchie. Chris Quall's now just basically driving away from him. Last time by, the gap was 2.5 seconds. It will definitely be bigger this time. There's Qualls across the line. Let's see how far back the gap is. Again, this time it was 2.2 seconds. Last lap, this time Fritchie crosses the line. 11.2 seconds back from Qualls. So now I want to look to see how far back Joe Carr is, because depending on how much slowing down Fritchie needs to do, Carr might be able to come back up into the lead here. Although he is a good distance back in second place in E-Production. Here he comes on to the front straight. Yeah, it's going to be probably a 30 to 40 second lead. So Fritchie could probably just ease his way home here and still get the win in E-Production. That gap now 36 seconds. So unless there's some sort of major meltdown with that RX-7, Kurt Fritchie should be able to get home now with 3 laps to go in this race and be able to take the win in E-Production, even with a car that might not be performing as well as it was early in this race. Crossing the line right now is Noel Hayward, your third place car. I'm sorry, your second place car in GT Lights? Yes, now the second place car in GT Lights. For some reason I thought there were 3 cars today. What do I know? Anyway, there's Ben Valentine, 2 to go now. Next time by, he will see the white flag, so he has got, what would that be, 5.2 miles to go for a victory here. About a 2.6 mile, give or take, lap here on this configuration of Buttonwillow. Super great weather this weekend. Right now it is, what does the little hip computer tell me? 72 degrees here. Sunny skies, a little bit of haze. Of course, it's Southern California, so there's always a little bit of haze. Looking off at the mountains in the distance. One of the most picturesque views from a racetrack control tower that you can have. I don't see any snow on the tops of the mountains. It's been a pretty good year for snow in Southern California. I know that doesn't sound right, but it is true. We do get plenty of snow up in the mountains, but can't quite see the mountains from here today with snow on them. So the ones close to us don't always get snow at the top. They did last year, not quite as much this year. All right, Ben Valentine should be coming around here for the second to last time. He was our winner yesterday. He is going to cruise home unless the car breaks. He is going to cruise home now to his second win of the weekend. White flag is in the air for the number 66 MG Midget of Ben Valentine. He has now got about a minute and 58 seconds until victory here. Not far, well, far enough behind, but it doesn't matter because he is in an A sedan car. Christopher Qualls now, he's going to come down and take the white flag. Next car into my view is going to be your B-Spec race leader. That is Thomas Lepper. He is going to come down and take the white flag. He is in the number 21 Mazda 2. Let's see what kind of gap he has over Ali Niami. But what's more important here is as we come into our final lap, just 0.5 of a second back from Niami in B-Spec is Tom Tuttle. He is going to try to put the screws to Niami here as they go into the final corner here, the first corner for the final time. Did not get the pass done there, but we will check to see what the thing looks like when they come onto Riverside. Ben Valentine onto the back straight for the final time, going through the dog leg. Nothing around him to worry about. All he has to do is wheel it home, and he will win the race. Let's look to see what's going on in B-Spec. Thomas Lepper shouldn't have any issues. There he is now. Oh, no, that's Chris Qualls. Next car I should see should be possibly Lepper here. Waiting for him to come into my view through Riverside. Yep, there is Lepper now. The question is, who is in second place? Is Ali Niami able to hold off Tom Tuttle for second place here? And there is Tuttle really closing in, going through Riverside. Now on the dog leg, he is now a half a car length back from Niami as they go through the dog leg. The Mazda seems to be a little more powerful, but their Tuttle is closing in again as they go towards Riverside. This is a battle for second place. Tuttle trying to get underneath Niami, going into Grapevine. He makes the pass on the fourth to last corner of the race. Tuttle now in second place. Can he now hold on, or does Niami have anything to answer back as they get through these final laps? Not quite too sure, although Niami does look like he's closing down again just a little bit as they go into the sweeper or the A section for the final time. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Tuttle or is it going to be Niami? Tuttle still holding the lead as they go through the A section. Now down towards the final. Oh, Tuttle goes off and Niami Niami comes by him on the second to last corner. Niami is going to take the win here, the second place car here. Tuttle makes a big mistake coming out of the A section. That lets Niami by on the final two corners. He is going to be your second place finisher in B spec, and your third place finisher is going to be Tom Tuttle. What a finish. Whew. All right, let's go through the rundown here. Your race winner and GTL winner is Ben Valentine. A sedan winner and second place, Christopher Qualls. Joe Carr is going to be your third place finisher. He was able to, well, I don't know, maybe something wrong with that car. Well, no, it looks like Kurt Fritchie came in early, a lap early. That car must have been having some sort of troubles. Anyway, Joe Carr is going to win E-Production today by hanging around and getting it done. Your GT Light second place car is going to be Noel Hayward. He was fourth overall. Tom Lemper takes the win, but Ali Niami with a big, impressive last lap. He was able to keep the pressure on Tom Tuttle. Tom Tuttle made a mistake going through the A section. He will finish third in B spec, and Kurt Fritchie will finish 8th and second place in E-Production. That's going to do it for our third race. Was that race number 3? Yep, third race of the day. Fourth race coming up next. Stay with us, folks. We'll be right back. We are back at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Fourth race of the day is next. This is the Cal Club SCCA U.S. Majors Tour. Up next, Formula Ford Formula F. It's hard for me to... Old dogs do tricks, folks. Formula F, Formula FTS, Formula V. Let's get to our starting order. Starting on the back row is Mark Edwards. He is in a Formula V Glamdering. He is from Los Angeles. Then we've got Mark Callis next to him on the inside of that back row. He is from North Hills in a Swift DB1. Row number 5 is going to be Rodney Grabinski and Stephen Perilou. They're both in FFTS cars. Grabinski is from Escondido, and Perilou is from Fort Mojave, Arizona, both in Swifts. Row number 4, on the inside, Robert Simpson. On the outside is Edward Erlinson. Simpson is in a Swift DB1. He's from Apple Valley. Erlinson from Burbank. He is in a Swift DB6 also. Row number 3, Denny Renfro. This is our two of our Formula F cars, Denny Renfro and Eric Paulson. Renfro is from Kellysville. He is in a Piper with a Honda motor. That's why we call them Formula Fs, by the way, because the Honda Fit motors are now eligible for these cars. Eric Paulson is in the outside of row number 3. He is in a Piper with a Honda also. They're from Clovis. Then you've got Ricky Simpson on the inside of row number 2. He was yesterday's race winner. He will start inside of row number 2. He is also from Apple Valley. He is in a Swift DB1. On the outside of row number 2 is Kenan Marshall. Marshall is from Laguna Beach. He is in a Swift DB1. 2 more Swifts on the front row, Stuart Patterson and Andy Patterson. Stuart Patterson from Fallbrook, California. And guess where Andy Patterson's from? That would be Fallbrook as well. That's how they're going to start. Our pace car coming onto the pit lane now. Our field now heading down towards the starter stand. If the starter likes what he sees, the green flag will go in the air. And we will get ourselves a start. And we do have a green flag here. Here they all go 3 wide down the front straight. Going down there for the first time. All going into turn number 1. They're going to funnel down. And they're going to see whether or not they can get through cleanly. Little bit of an accordion effect there, but not a big deal. All those cars seem to get through just fine. Somewhere along the line here, we'll see Mark Edwards come through. He has our lone Formula V car. He may have been there and I just didn't see him. He sometimes holds back to let the Formula Fs play so he doesn't get mixed up in their race. So we're going to go 16 laps or 30 minutes. This is the one group that might end up on minutes, on time, but they should be able to get their 16 in. They typically put the time so that the slowest race group can get their 16 laps in if they don't have any issues. So, that is the goal. We'll see what happens. Got one Formula F with a pretty big lead. Denny Renfro going from 4th to 3rd right now going into Grapevine. It's really easy to talk about Denny Renfro. He has got the yellow and black. I call it the Bumblebee car. It is a yellow-black striped Formula F car. You can see it from probably Anaheim. But I always tell people if they want me to talk about the car, they got to make it stand out from a distance, and that is exactly what Denny Renfro has done. I don't think he's done it on my behalf, but makes it a lot easier for me. Here comes our first race lap about to be completed. I can tell you who the race leader is at the moment. Once they cross the line, I can see. I think that might be Ricky. Yep, Ricky Simpson is your race leader. I kind of anticipated that. Andy Patterson second. Denny Renfro comes across the line third. Stuart Patterson, who ran up front for a lot of yesterday's race, he is in 4th, followed by Robert Simpson, Eric Polson, Rodney Grabinski, Edward Erlinson, and Steve Parlew. Then we've got E.J. Abed, who I did not see got a time for this race. No, he didn't score a time, so he started near the back, but he is there with Mike Callis and then Mark Edwards. He is the lone Formula V car in this field. We're going to have a short worker break after this session. Give everybody a chance to get off their feet for a little bit, maybe grab a cold beverage. non-adult beverage. We don't do that till the racing is over. Whole lot of folks out here that make this happen. There's a pass over Denny Renfro. I believe that was Stuart Patterson getting around Denny Renfro. Possibly? Or was that Renfro going around Andy Patterson, then Andy Patterson getting back around Renfro? That's possible also. We'll know more when they come across the line this time. Yeah, so that was Andy Patterson getting around Renfro, and then Renfro now trying to return the favor here going into turn number one, but Patterson able to hold on one more time. So Renfro was able to get around Patterson on the first half of the last lap, and then going into Grapevine, Patterson got the lead back. So as it stands now, your first five: Simpson, Patterson, Andy Patterson, Renfro, Stuart Patterson, then Polson. Three laps in the books. Ricky Simpson first place. Andy Patterson second. Stuart Patterson has moved into third place. Denny Renfro is now fourth. So Renfro and Polson right there with each other. That's a battle for the lead also, or for the lead in Formula F. 4 seconds the gap between first and second place in FFTS, and then a half a second is the gap between second and third place. All right, there is your race leader at the moment, Ricky Simpson. Then we've got 6 cars trying to hunt him down, all 4 seconds back. And then the gap between those 6 cars, between each one of them, 0.3 seconds, 0.1 seconds, 0.41 seconds, 0.3 seconds. That is a total of, if I do my math correctly, 1.3 seconds separates second through fifth place at the moment. So those 5 drivers, having a ton of fun, all while Ricky Simpson is able to work himself into a 4.9-second lead. Stephen Perlew crossing the line now. He is in 6th place in FFTS. Then you got EJ Abed. He's come across the line 10th overall. And 4th in Formula F, pardon me. Still ahead here, we've got 3 more races after this one. Next up, one of our most popular classes, Spec Racer Ford 3, that is next. Then we've got our Miata class. That's also one of our most popular classes. We've got 6 Spec MX-5s in that, and then a gaggle of 14 Spec Miatas. So that should also be a ton of fun. And then our final race of the day, always one of my favorites, our big GT cars, GT2, GT3, and to ITE today. So a lot of action still ahead here. Five laps complete. They're shooting for 16 here. We'll see if they get all of those in. We have a 30-minute time limit for today's races. So this is the one group that will be really close to tight on time. Your race leader now going through the dog leg. Big gap. Then you've got those 5 cars all racing around behind him. They're having fun, but they're being racy is allowing Simpson to pull away. Ricky Simpson. Last time by, the gap at the line was about 5 seconds. 5.5 seconds. So we're going to check to see what it is this time by. Yeah, the more the cars from 4th, 2nd back to 5th race, 2nd to 6th race each other, that is going to allow Simpson to just pull away a little by little each lap. Could end up being a pretty substantial win. Here comes Simpson across the line. It was 5.3 seconds last lap. Here comes the next group of cars. It is now over 6 seconds, 6.3 seconds. So Ricky Simpson able to put another second on the field as he continues on here. Ricky Simpson, Robert Simpson. I believe that's I think that's uncle and nephew. I don't believe that's father and son. I believe it's uncle and nephew. Had a chance to talk with them last year. He was out there. The family was out here at our both of our fall races. The first fall race, they had some issues in the first race, and they were working at 10, 11 o'clock at night to try to get those issues fixed. They obviously did, because Ricky Simpson came back and won the Sunday race. there is Simpson across the line again, still growing his gap now. A potential move for second place. Denny Renfro looks like he's trying to get underneath Andy Patterson going into the first corner. Can he make it stick? No. Patterson holds on and holds off Renfro. Those are not class battles. Patterson is in the FFTS car, whereas Renfro is in the FF car. I believe the FFTS, the only difference is they have a spec tire that they're using for that car. And they may have to use the same tires through the entire weekend. Let me see if there's a way for me to look that up quickly and verify that. FFTS rules. I knew I'd find them here. Yes, they have a spec tire. And they have a looks like they might have an alternate piston that they can use. Sometimes the parts for some of these older cars, the Formula F cars, are based on a 1600 Ford motor that hasn't been made in a very long time. So getting parts for these cars is difficult sometimes. So they have a single Hoosier tire spec and then an alternate piston car that they can use. This is also similar to the Club Ford concept, which was around for a long time and still is in many areas. So, as I suspected, that is the case there. Eight laps complete with 15 minutes to go in the race. Actually, 15 minutes. Yeah, 15 minutes to go. So we're right at the halfway point, right at the halfway on time. So they're still working it to try to get this thing in on laps here, folks. Right now, your full field rundown here brought to you by the Inside the SCCA podcast. Ricky Simpson is your race leader. In second place is Andy Patterson. Third place is Stuart Patterson. Those are all FFTS cars. Then you've got Denny Renfro in fourth. He is your first place car in Formula F. Eric Poulsen is in second in Formula F. Robert Simpson is in sixth. He is the fourth place car in FFTS. Then your third place car in Formula F is Edward Erlinson. Stephen Paralou is in eighth. EJ Abed is in ninth. Mike Callis is in 10th. Rodney Grabinski is in 12th place now. He just dropped down one more position as Mark Edwards crosses the line. Rodney Grabinski looks like he is not on the racetrack at the moment, circulating. So we'll keep a watch out to see what the situation is there. Mark Edwards is in 11th now. He is, excuse me. By the end of the day, by the end of the weekend, doing a lot of talking, the voice starts to go away. I apologize. Mark Edwards is your sole Formula V car in this race. Now, Denny Renfro trying to fight back on Stuart Patterson, who drove around him on the last lap. So a lot of action between those. A lot of action between second and fourth place. And Andy Patterson also is closing the gap a little bit on Ricky Simpson. Andy Patterson just dropped a 1:49.118 lap. That's the fast lap of the race. That's gone purple. That lap was 0.7 of a second faster than Ricky Simpson. Andy Patterson is on the move, trying to hunt down the 29 car. Andy Patterson in the 28 car. Ricky Simpson in the 29 car. They are trying to get closer together. Well, Andy Patterson's trying to get close together. Ricky Simpson would rather him stay back there. All right, there is your leader just crossing the line, Ricky Simpson. Let's see what the gap is this time. Still 3.4 seconds, although Andy Patterson just went purple again in FFTS, and he was 0.4 of a second faster than Ricky Simpson this time. This is the first FFTS race on this configuration, so whoever sets fast lap today will be setting a track record here at Buttonwillow. At the moment, that stands as Andy Patterson. Now the gap between first and second with 5 laps to go is 3.4 seconds. Watching intently as Patterson tries. Oh, there is Andy Patterson going off in the dog leg, way off to the left. That's going to end his chances at a podium finish here. Patterson, I just seemed to maybe, I don't know what the situation was there, whether he lost it by himself or whether he had a little bit of a persuasion there. I don't think anybody came together, but sometimes when you get squeezed in these open wheel cars, your first instinct is to just ditch off the track to make sure you don't hit anything. And he had to really come on and off the gas to get the car back under control. What a great save for not losing it altogether. But Patterson's going to drop back at least 5 or 6 positions, if not further. That's a big gift to Ricky Simpson, who's crossing the line right now. Second place is going to be Stuart Patterson. He is 3.8 seconds left back. Then it's Denny Renfro. But let's see how far back Andy Patterson has fallen here. He's fallen so far back that he's going to call it a day, actually. Maybe something broke on that car. But his day is done, it looks like. Also, Mark Edwards calling it a day. Mark Edwards typically does this when he's out here by himself. He's got enough laps to be considered a finisher, and because he's the only car there, he will be doing that in as the race winner there. So Edwards is done for the day. Oh, maybe I am. No, he's definitely in pit lane there. 11 laps complete. That means there's 4 to go here. Someone was just showed, or is going to be showed, a black stick, it looks like. That is caused by that's what they show a driver who has been a slight bit naughty on the racetrack. Depending on where that stick comes from, that might be part of why. Not sure if that's why Andy Patterson came off the racetrack there in the dogleg. Maybe he was trying to get around some slower cars and one of them didn't heed the blue flag, didn't know the car was coming, and that could have been what caused the problems. Not exactly sure. The black stick is going out to the 57 car of Robert Simpson. So that probably had nothing to do with the off by Stewart or by Andy Patterson.
This is track
All right, no indication of what that waving black was for, but now we have a battle for second place. Denny Renfro trying to get by Stuart Patterson. He is all over the mirrors of Patterson. I'm sorry, of Stuart Patterson there going into Grapevine. He is right there, and Patterson doing a good job of holding him off on this lap. But with 4 to go or 3 to go here, and about 7 minutes left in this race, I am not certain that Patterson can hold off Renfro for that many laps, but this could be a bit entertaining to watch here, folks. Here comes Ricky Simpson out of the final corner here, heading down the front straight. Patterson is in second. Renfro is in third. Renfro, a little bigger gap this time, won't be able to make a move on the second place car here. Well, maybe he will be able to, or at least he might be able to try. Don't think he's close enough to make that move stick going into turn one, and I was right there. Still about 2 car lengths separating second and third place, Patterson and Renfro here as they cross the line. 13 laps complete. 3 laps to go. Ricky Simpson has a 3.687 second lead here. Denny Renfro right on the tailpipe of Patterson in second place. Patterson's in second place. Renfro is in third. 0.105 seconds, 1/10 of a second across the line that time by. A big gap back to Eric Poulsen, so that is not going to be an issue for second place in Formula F. So right now, Renfro has Formula F in hand. Really doesn't need to get around Patterson at all. He can just sit there for the rest of this race. Patterson, however, would love to bridge the gap, that 3-point-second gap to Ricky Simpson. Time is running out to make that happen, though. Unless one of these cars puts down a big lap, Andy Patterson's 1:48.961. That is the fast lap of the day in Formula FFTS. And FFTS, first time on this configuration, so that could stand as a track record. And depending on how long until we run this configuration again, it could stand as a track record for a very long time. Some of the track records on this class date on this configuration date all the way back to 2014. 2013, that class doesn't actually run anymore. The Formula V class record, lap record dates back to 2014. So, white flag is in the air. So it looks like we are going to go 15 laps. Oh, no. White flag is in the air, 15 laps complete. We're going to get all 16 in here. Stuart Patterson is not making up any ground on Ricky Simpson. So all Ricky Simpson has to do, keep the car between the white lines, not have any mechanical problems, stay on the racetrack, and he is going to come up with his sweep of the weekend in FFTS. Same for Denny Renfro. He has a decent lead over second place in Formula F. He will do the same thing as long as he keeps the car together here for the final 2.6 miles. That's the way this is going to play out here. Right now, the third spot on the podium in FFTS is being held by Robert Simpson. So right now, your podium will be Simpson, Patterson, Simpson. In FFTS, your podium on Formula F would be Renfro, Polson, and Edward Erlinson is in third place. So that's the way it looks at the moment if nothing changes. Patterson and Renfro still battling it out on the final lap here for second place overall. You always want the glory of that overall finish, even if it doesn't make a difference. And Renfro is not giving up here, trying to get around Patterson for the final time here with 2 corners to go. Let's see if he can get the job done. Going into the A section, it is still Patterson out front with Renfro right behind him. That is still the case as they come to the final corner right now. Will Renfro try to throw it in there for the final time? I don't think he's going to be able to catch him. Your race winner is going to be Ricky Simpson. Second place is going to be Stuart Patterson. Third place is going to be Denny Renfro. That is how they are going to come across the line. Not thinking much is going to change. Here are your unofficial results. First 3 positions are going to be Ricky Simpson, Stuart Patterson, Denny Renfro. That's also your first 2 spots in FFTS and your winner in Formula F. Second place in Formula F, fourth overall is going to be Eric Polson. Robert Simpson is fifth. He is your third place finisher in FFTS. Sixth place, Edward Erlinson will be your podium third place finisher in Formula F. Then you've got E.J. Abed, Stephen Perilou, Mike Callis. Andy Patterson's going to take the track record, it looks like. And Mark Edwards will be your Formula V class winner. Rodney Grabinski, I don't believe he got enough laps in to be classified a finisher in this race. That's going to do it for race number 3. Race number 4 is next. Stay with us. We'll have that up right after a short worker break. Don't go anywhere. Probably about 10, 15 minutes or so. We'll get back to our racing action. Welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park, Cal Club, SCCA U.S. Major Tours. Race Group 5 is getting ready to get underway. Let's go through the starting order. This is Spec Racer Ford. Starting in row 9, Thomas Kapitnik. Row number 8, Douglas Stewart on the inside, Vis Balch on the outside. Row number 7, you've got Mike Moshe on the outside, Chris Strand on the, Mike Moshe on the inside, Chris Strand is on the outside. Row number 6, Tom Miserandino on the inside, Denny Frostic on the outside. Now to your top 10 starters. Christian Gurgis on the inside. He is from Kirkland, Washington. On the outside, Lee Douglas from Portland, Oregon. Row number 4, Mark Ballingy is on the inside. He is from Shafter, California. On the outside is Brian Schubert from Huntington Beach. Row number 3, John McClintock from Seattle, Washington. Next to him, Jay Rosenthal from Woodland Hills. Row number 2, Paul Marino. He is from Chatsworth. And Andre Pera from Government Camp, Oregon. And your front row, on the outside, Robert Edmondson. He is from Manhattan Beach, California. And on the inside, Caleb Schrader trying to make it 4 in a row this weekend, 4 race wins. If he wins today in this race, it will be 4 for the weekend. He is from Tigard, Oregon. That's how they're going to start. They come down to the line. Green flag is in the air, and Caleb Schrader gets out to an early lead. Robert Edmondson had an issue on the first lap yesterday and blocked up the whole field, allowed Caleb Schrader to get out there early, and he never looked back. A huge win in a spec class, which is not always the case. Actually, it's pretty uncommon. So probably won't be the case today. He won't get that big of a win. But I will say that Caleb Schrader is one of the faster cars out here. They are now in the portion, the western side of the racetrack, which I can't see from the announce booth here. So now I wait for them to come into my view here as they come into Riverside. Your first 2 cars, nose to tail, then a small gap back to 3rd place, then a little bigger gap back to 4th place at this time. Car out front, I believe, is Edmondson, although it does look like Caleb Schrader's making the move around him, going down through the dog leg, going into Grapevine. It does look like Schrader is out in front now as they come up over Grapevine and then make the right left through Cotton Corners. We're going clockwise today on racetrack 14, so, I'm sorry, counterclockwise on race configuration 14. It's funny how Cotton Corners does not look that slow in the other direction, but it looks like they're really slowing down for it going in this direction. You should see them coming into our view onto the front straight now. First to second place, 2 car lengths. Second to third place, 2 car lengths at the line after the first lap. Your race leader is the number 99 car of Caleb Schrader. Second place is Robert Edmondson. Then you've got Marino, Rosenthal, Pera, Gurgis, Schubert in 7th, John McClintock, Tom Miserandino, and Lee Douglas. That's your top 10 after race lap number 1. 16 laps are going to be the attempt today. 30 minutes is the time limit. So if there are no shenanigans here, no argy-bargy, we should be able to get all 16 laps in here. These, of course, are our Spec Racer Ford 3s. These cars, the chassis, have been around since the mid-1980s, started out as sports Renaults. Then they switched to the Ford Power. Now on the 3rd generation, they're still powered by Fords. Now they have, most of these cars have a sequential gearbox. A little bit expensive for the gearbox, but what you don't need to do with those is rebuild them quite as often. So they do, over time, help cut the costs a bit on this class. Still one of the most cost-effective ways to go racing once you get the car. They do last a good long time here. Caleb Schrader opening up a bit of a lead already now, probably 4 or 5 car lengths here. Second and third place, Edmondson and Marino fighting now for that position. Here comes Caleb Schrader. A little bit wider lead. It was 0.4 of a second last time by. We'll see what it is this time by. There is Schrader. About 1 second now, so he's opened up another half-second lead over second place. Schrader, Edmondson, Marino, Rosenthal. Unlike yesterday, though, when Schrader by this point had a 10 or 12-second lead and just walked away, that is not the case right now. He did just turn a purple race lap of 1:52.847. That is Caleb Schrader in your lead at the moment. Pulling out the sheet of lap records. The delta that they're shooting for, if they really want that lap record today in Spec Racer Ford 3, is a 1:48.9. So about 2 seconds a lap faster is the track record at the moment. That track record is held on this configuration by Mike Miserandino. That was all the way back in 2018. Robert Edmondson and Paul Marino now need to really start working together, because if they don't, they are going to let Caleb Schrader start to drive away. It won't be 38 seconds like it was yesterday, folks, but Schrader is that good in these cars. Third place on the podium, bronze medal at the runoffs this year. This youngster has a large career ahead of him if he can get some opportunities, and what he needs to do is just keep winning races, and that will get him noticed. And that's just what he's done this weekend. He could have a 4-race sweep by the end of this race. Another almost half second taken out of the field here by Caleb Schrader. He is now 1.4 seconds ahead of Edmondson. Edmondson, then Marino, 1.5 seconds back between second and third place. All of these cars need to work together. Once the draft is broken, it is incredibly hard to come back together here, so they cannot let that happen. And of course, Schrader's like, yes, they can. We definitely want to let that happen. There is the field now going through the dog leg again. 13 laps to go here. 16 laps is the scheduled length of this race. We are waiting for Caleb Schrader to come back here to the front straight. Here he comes. Last time by the lead, 1.4 seconds. This time by, the lead for Schrader is 2.3 seconds. So almost another second added to the lead here. Then you've got 2 seconds back from Edmondson to Marino. And then with Marino, you've got Jay Rosenthal. Those two guys can work together and start moving to the front. Of course, we want to take an opportunity to thank the good people at Porterfield Brakes. They are our presenting sponsor for the Cal Club races out here. If you need brakes for your race car or your street car, they've got lots of options. Porterfield-brakes.com, where to go to get that done. They also sell a bunch of stuff that is not brake related, but cool equipment for servicing your race car. Lots of good stuff there. And they're really good people, very helpful if you give them a call. can also order online. And if you're an SCCA member, you get a discount. Schrader coming through Cotton Corners here. Robert Edmondson doing his best to keep up. I'm sure he's just happy at the... Yesterday, Edmondson dropped all the way back to the back of the field during the race, right off that first lap. I'm still unclear what the incident was, have not gotten any clarification on that. But he got all the way back to the end of the race yesterday, and he was able to... Oh, that's qualifying. Hold on a second. All the way to the back of the field for some sort of an incident, and he was able to drive himself back up to 6th place. So that went from, he was like 15th or so. So he was able to make up 10 or so positions to finish 6th overall. Still 4 places below where he started, but considering where he was at the end, I don't know if that was on the first lap or the second lap, but it was big. Actually, I could probably tell you. Let me press a little button here. Oh, no, wrong one. Stand by. Here it is. Yeah, so it was lap number 2 is where the incident happened. And as tight as the pack is here on the opening laps, he went from, right at the top all the way to 14th on lap number 2 and was able to slowly work himself into a 6th place finish over the course of the rest of the race. So a great drive once he recovered from the incident. Thankfully, so far today, no incidents for him. He is squarely in 2nd place. Has a pretty good stranglehold on 2nd place, although he's continuing to lose the battle to Caleb Schrader, who is still pulling away here from this field. Caleb Schrader won yesterday's FE2 race. He won yesterday's Spec Racer Ford race. And he won today's FE2 race. And he will try to make it the quadfecta. Is that what they call it when there's 4? I know there's a trifecta. Anyway, that's what he's trying to do, win 4 races this weekend. And it looks now, with 11 to go, like he is certainly pointing himself in that direction. Up next here, after this race, another one of our races that is always fairly entertaining, Spec Miata and Spec MX-5. We've got 20 cars set to take the green flag in that race. 6 of them are the new Spec MX-5 National Class cars. So that is quite exciting here. The battle for 5th place now is really exciting to watch here. Andre Pera is in 5th, but Brian Schubert, John McClintock, Christian Gurgis, Tom Miserandino, if you were to take from those 5 cars right there, there's less than 2 seconds separating those 5 cars. They're all pretty much nose to tail on the racetrack. Also a fairly decent battle for the 3rd spot on the podium. Jay Rosenthal is right there, 0.4 of a second back from Paul Marino. So Jay Rosenthal would love to get around that Marino and get on the podium. Rosenthal ran up front yesterday before falling back late in the race. So 2 races to go after this one. And then after this race weekend, the next SCCA races out here at Buttonwillow are June 1st and 2nd. Then we take our summer break. And I'm going to pull up the schedule for the fall. At the fall, we are... This fall, we make a return to Willow Springs, October 19th and 20th. We've taken a couple of years off from Willow Springs, but we're back this year. That should be really exciting. I know a lot of folks are looking forward to that. And then in November, our final race out here, November 16th and 17th. Now, I have no official information. No one has even hinted to me that this is what's going to happen. But I have all my fingers and toes crossed that at that November race, we might be able to race on the new racetrack. It's called the Circuit at Buttonwillow. Brand new racetrack. It has got tons of elevation change. The pavement is down. They're letting it cure right now. Working on building out some of the facilities so we have a good place to go and have everything done. The new control cafeteria area is gorgeous. What a beautiful building it's going to be. And lots of paved paddock area over there as well. I believe there's lots of paved paddock out here. Good size paddock. Anyway, looking forward to be there for the first race whenever it does happen. Right now, I'm hopeful. Again, no one's told me anything. Just speaking for myself here. But it would be really cool to get the first race on the circuit the circuit at Buttonwillow in the books here before the end of this year. And I look forward to when I can announce something. I'm hoping, well, I'll definitely announce it on the Inside the SCCA podcast, but I would love to do a break that news on Inside the SCCA. That would be a ton of fun. So stay tuned for information on that. As soon as we know, I will be passing that along. We're really close, folks. Really, really close. Here comes your race leader across the line. 8 laps to go. We are at the halfway point here. So let's do this. Let's do a full field rundown brought to you by the Inside the SCCA podcast. Your leader right now, Caleb Schrader. He has a 4.779 second lead over Robert Edmondson. Paul Marino is in third. Jay Rosenthal fourth. Andre Parra fifth. Brian Schubert is in sixth. Seventh place is John McClintock. Christian Gurgis is in eighth. Tom Miserandino ninth. Lee Douglas 10th. A little deeper in the field, Michael Moshe 11th. Then you've got Denny Fostick, Vince Balch, Douglas Stewart, and Chris Strand. 2 cars didn't take the green flag today, Mark Ballingy and Thomas Kopitnik. So 15 cars on the racetrack here. We're past the halfway point. At the moment, we're good to get this race in on laps. So 8 laps to go here. And of course, like I said, up next, Spec Miata, Spec MX-5. Caleb Schrader just putting on a clinic this weekend. Big win yesterday with the help of a little bit of an incident on lap 2, which helped him separate from the main pack a good bit. Today, though, no big incident, and he's still pulling away. A 4.7 second lead at the moment. Helping him with that is the gap between second and third is 6.4 seconds. So those cars aren't close enough together to draft, and that is making it difficult for Edmondson, pretty much impossible, to gain any ground. Although now he's kind of holding station. The lead isn't really growing much between second and third, at least not on that lap. Both Edmondson and Schrader drove similar lap times, a 1:51.5 and a 1:51.6. And Schrader has slowly been slowing down. His laps are getting slightly longer each lap. But when I look at Edmondson's lap times, they're up and down, up and down, up and down. So he's going a little faster every other lap. But I don't know if he's trying to keep his tires cool every other lap. That's a possible strategy going on here. So, but at least on this last lap, Edmondson didn't allow Schrader to pull away a whole lot more. Less than a tenth of a second separated the two on lap number, I guess that would be 9. I'm Brian Belansky, hoping you're enjoying our coverage today. We normally have camera coverage. Unfortunately, we had some technical difficulties this weekend that we weren't able to overcome, so radio it is. For those of you who've been watching the stream for many years, we used to do this live on the radio all the time, or at least do a radio broadcast like I'm doing today. Did that for several years before we started to introduce the cameras, and yeah, I'm disappointed that we couldn't provide those for you this weekend, but we figured that the radio coverage was better than nothing. Certainly, hopefully entertaining. You can have it on in the background at home while you're working in the garage, or if you're driving around, you can certainly put that on the phone, and you don't have to watch it since there's no video. Hopefully, you'll enjoying the coverage. Six to go here, and now another almost second put into the lead here. Caleb Schrader now 5.5 seconds ahead. Edmondson's also putting a second on second place pretty regularly here as well. That gap now 7.9 seconds. So the real battle for third place is Paul Marino and Jay Rosenthal. Rosenthal all over the back bumper. Well, there really isn't a bumper. I guess it would be the tailpipe of Paul Marino. 0.153 seconds separated the two at the line. And they're running pretty much identical lap times here. Rosenthal just looking for the proper opening. Look at that, right up underneath the bumper. The problem is that with these cars, there's a really tiny slit. It's maybe about 3 inches tall by about 15, 20 inches wide. That is the inlet for the radiator. That is where they need to keep air going into to keep the cars cool. It's not hot here this weekend, but if you do too many laps right behind the car in front of you, you can see your water temperature start going up pretty high. That's certainly something you want to avoid, even though the temperatures this weekend only 74 degrees here, but a bright sunny sky, 74 degrees. Here comes your second place car across the line. There's Edmondson. Now that battle for third place right here coming into our view now, and it's opened up just a little bit more for Paul Marino. It is now 0.4 of a second between Marino and Rosenthal. That could just be, like I said, Rosenthal trying to get a little bit of air into the car so that it doesn't overheat and he can make a really good push here in the final few laps. We're up on 5 laps to go. 4 to go next time by. And here comes your race leader. Keeping about the same distance between him and second place. It's growing a little bit each lap now. Not in big chunks. 5.7 seconds the gap to second place. 9.9 seconds the gap to third place. And Paul Marino now pulling ahead away, or maybe Jay Rosenthal dropping back a bit. It's now a 1.6 second gap between third and fourth place. Now, where it is a little exciting here, the race for fourth place now, the race for fifth place, Andre Pera and Brian Schubert and John McClintock. That is a battle that is about 0.8 of a second separating fifth, sixth, and seventh. So we'll see if we can talk about that battle just a little bit. Schubert's in the number 9 car. That is a beautiful yellow race car. Para in the 77, and McClintock in the 23. And there they are. Just coming through the dog leg here. And this battle's been kind of raging on here for the last 4 or 5 laps. Schubert not really being able to make up a lot of ground on Andre Para. Schubert in the second of the 3-car group, and then John McClintock looking for opportunities as well. And here they come onto the front straight. Para is in first in the group. Closing in a little bit is Schubert. Not sure if he's closing in enough to be able to make a move here on this lap. It does not appear that he's able to do so. Next time by for Caleb Schrader, it'll be 2 to go. You hate to talk about, use the term coasting to victory here, but that would be my version of the announcer's curse. But he is trying to get himself to a 4th win of the weekend. I know it's not easy, but he has certainly made it look easy. That battle for 5th place, no changes, although Schubert right there trying to catch Para. Maybe trying to set him up for a last lap pass to get into that 5th place spot. Here comes your leader, Caleb Schrader, onto the front straight. Hasn't put a wheel wrong essentially almost all weekend. So far, so good. Now 2 to go. Little puff of smoke coming off, not smoke, but dust coming off the Robert Edmondson car as he comes through the final corner, puts a left rear wheel off just a tiny bit. The gap between second and third really widening now, 10.9 seconds. 2.3 seconds the gap back to second place. Now that battle for 5th place coming down towards the line. Schubert, same spot, trying to make up ground, but still not close enough to make a move going into turn 1. Not sure if he has got the horsepower to get it done. About a lap and a half left for Caleb Schrader here on his way to a potential 4th consecutive win this weekend. He was entered into 4 races. He's won 3 of them, hoping to finish the deal here and have his 4th win of the weekend. Really, first, second, and third are bottled up here, buttoned up, as long as there aren't any issues for those cars. 4th place, too far back for making any kind of a rush right now. The only real battle on the racetrack worth talking about at the moment for 5th place, Andre Para trying to hold off Brian Schubert, who has been trying for last 7-8 laps to find a way to get around, but has not been able to do so. White flag is out for Caleb Schrader. He's now got 2.6 miles to a potential 4th win of the weekend. There is Robert Edmondson across the line, 7.8 seconds back. Next across the line will be your 3rd place car of Paul Marino, then Jay Rosenthal. And then we've got to talk about this battle for 5th place. Andre Para trying to stay ahead of Brian Schubert. No issues for either of those cars. Schubert a little bit closer this time. As they go and take the white flag, Schubert's got a couple of opportunities, but not many. But I don't see anything going on with that car that indicates to me that he's going to be able to close the gap up here. There's Caleb Schrader through Riverside for the final time, heading down the dog leg, going towards Riverside, or going towards the Grapevine. Now waiting for that battle for fifth to come into my view. Nothing changed. It is Para, then it is Schubert, then it is McClintock as they come down through dogleg. All the gaps have been pretty much the same, lap after lap after lap here. Here comes your race leader and your four-time this weekend winner, Caleb Schrader, is going to take the win in Spec Racer Ford 3. Robert Edmondson not far behind for about 10 seconds. 8.1 seconds back in second place. Next across the line should be Paul Marino in third. There he is, third place. Then we're going to have Jay Rosenthal. And now that battle for fifth, Andre Para looks like he's going to be able to hold off Brian Schubert. He may try to pop out at the line, but nothing doing. It's going to be Para, Schubert, and McClintock. That's 5, 6, and 7. Let's go through the rest of the field here. Eighth place, Tom Israndino. Ninth is Christian Gurgis. Lee Douglas is in 10th. Then you've got Mike Moshe, Denny Fostick, Vince Balch, Doug Stewart, and Chris Strand. That's your 15 finishers here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Stay with us. When we come back, we've got Spec Miata and Spec MX-5. That's next. Don't go away, anybody. We're back here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. 2 races to go here for the weekend. Cal Club's SCCA U.S. Majors Tour. Second to last race of the day is Spec Miata, Spec MX-5. Let's get to the starting order. Starting on the 9th row, Sayo Hariashe in 17th spot. He is out of West Hollywood, California. These are all Spec Miatas. On the 8th row, we have Curtis G from Cupertino on the outside and Aaron Coulter on the inside from Woodland Hills. Row number 7, you've got Brett Ravetta on the outside. He is from El Cajon. Brett, and then on the outside is Carl Yonk from Cardiff by the Sea. Row number 6, Clement Lee on the inside. He is from San Diego. And Jeremy Rutter on the outside from Sherman Oaks. Row number 5, Evan Jacobs on the inside from Encino. And then you've got Ren Messenger. He is from Bedford, New York. Row number 4, Patrick Drinkwine is on the inside. He is your 6th place car in Spec MX-5. He is from San Jose. Wyatt Couch is on the outside of row number 1. He is your pole sitter in Spec Miata. He is from El Dorado Hills. Row number 3, now the rest of these cars, all Spec MX-5 cars. Ryan Gutiel, he is from Madera on the inside. Next to him is Sophia Story. She is from Solvang. Row number 2, Jared Koth is row number 2 is Wesley Molno on the inside from Glendora. And Michael Newmeyer is on the outside. He is from San Mateo. Then your front row on the outside, Jared Koth. He is from Clovis. Your pole sitter, Cooper Hicks. He is from Simi Valley. All right, Spec MX-5 cars have taken their start of this race, and they are all through turn 1. Now the Spec Miata cars go down through turn 1 for the first time. We had a split start for the 2 groups today. That should give enough of a gap so that each group can fight amongst each other for at least the first half of this race if all goes well. Usually the Spec Miatas, the front few cars of the Spec Miatas are typically a little bit faster than the slowest Spec MX-5 cars. So that is often the case. So they should catch them before the end of the race, typically. Now you've got your Spec MX-5 cars coming through Riverside for the first time. Already a big lead for whoever that car is out in front. That's got to be good 5-6 car lengths, maybe even 7 as they come down through the dog leg. Then you've got second and third pretty close together. Then a short gap back to fourth, and then another gap back to 5th and 6th. We'll find out who has jumped out to that early lead when they come by the start-finish line here for the first time. Our Spec Miata field also coming through the dog leg now, heading through Riverside heading through the Grapevine for the first time, then down towards Cotton Corners. Now your lead pack on the front straight. The lead car puts a wheel off. That is the number 27 car of Jared Koth, your leader. Ryan Gutiel, 0.8 of a second back in second place. Cooper Hicks is in third. Michael Newmeyer is in fourth coming across the line. Then you've got Sophia Story and Patrick Drinkwine in sixth. Now we're waiting for our Spec Miata field to come down towards the start-finish line for the first time. We'll be able to let you know how they line up. Yesterday, Wyatt Couch was your winner. Today, he's still in first place. Evan Jacobs, Clement Lee, second and third. Then Ren Messenger, Jeremy Rutter, Brett Rivera is in 12th. Followed by Aaron Coulter, Carl Yonk, Sayo Hariashe, and Curtis Z. That's the top 16, or that is the 16 starters in this race. So at the moment, I will say that the front of the Spec Miata field looks a lot like the front of yesterday's Spec Miata finish. Couch, Evan Jacobs, and Lee. And then let's pull up the results from yesterday so I don't get it wrong for Spec MX-5. The finishing order in Spec MX-5 was Jared Korth, Cooper Hicks, and Ryan Gutiel. That was your top 3 there. So all those cars still in the mix today as they run up front. But Jared Korth's already opened up a pretty big lead at this moment. Question is, can they reel him in a bit? And it does look like Ryan Gutiel has closed up a little bit on Jared Korth. Then you've got your Spec Miata group, which is also pretty tight. These are two spec classes, so each car should be very, very close in power, and all of the other bits are all spec bits. So the suspension parts are spec. Everything should be pretty identical in these cars. That means the best driver is supposed to win this race every time. Jared Korth now still in the lead, but Cooper Hicks goes purple and gets around Ryan Gutiel. He is now 0.8 of a second back, but Cooper Hicks has moved into second place. Ryan Gutiel has dropped down to third place. Now comes our Spec Miata group across the line. They'll be on the line next. One of them put a wheel off. It looks as though, like Wyatt Couch, Evan Jacobs, Clement Lee, Ren Messenger, no changes in Spec Miata. So if you're interested in coming out to the racetrack and possibly getting involved, being a volunteer worker would be a great way to do that. At least it gets you out here and you can see what the action is all about. Maybe you have a little aspiration to go and do some racing, but this is a good way to find out more about it. You can come and join us here at Buttonwillow or at Willow Springs later in the year. To find out more information, go to calclub.com. If you are listening from other parts of the country, there are SCCA regions in every state. There are regions that cover those states. Definitely would be great to get involved. You can find out more about that information at SCCA.com. Also want to take a second to thank our presenting sponsors for our racing here at Cal Club. Porterfield Brakes. They're a great group of people. Brake experts. I used their brakes when I drove my Honda Fit at Solo Nationals. The brakes were better than I was. I was not very fast, but it had nothing to do with the brakes, folks. They were fantastic. And they actually have a great brake that I'm able to use on the street. And when I do go and do my autocrossing, it also works there, so I don't have to switch brake pads every weekend. Very, very cool. They also have specific brake pads you could do that with. But these worked out really well. Drove back and forth to Lincoln, Nebraska, but commuting on them every day. But they also have great race brakes, all the other stuff you need, race, brake fluid, anything brake related. A bunch of stuff that's not brake related, but will help make your car, working on your car, a whole lot better. Check them out, Porterfield-brakes.com. No changes up front in either of the classes. Korth, Hicks, Gutiel, your top three in Spec MX-5. Then you've got Newmeyer, Story, and Drinkwine. That is your Spec MX-5 race right there. Then you got your top 10 in Spec Miata. You've got Couch, Jacobs, Lee, your top three. Then Messinger, Rudder, Ravetta, Yonk, Coulter, Z, and Hariashi. That is your top 10 in... That is your top 10. Yep. That is your top 10 in Spec Miata. Still ahead, we've got our ground pounders. These are our big GT cars. That's our final race of the day. GT2, GT3, and an ITE. I believe there's one ITE car here this weekend. That class is always fun. You've got BMWs, Corvettes, Mustangs, Porsches, a Toyota Paseo, a Mazda RX-7, and a Dodge Viper. Not sure if the Dodge Viper will be with us today, but if he is, love the sound of a Dodge Viper. Jared Korth now with a 0.9 of a second lead over Cooper Hicks. Cooper Hicks 2.1 seconds back to third place Ryan Gutiel. Now here comes your Spec Miata leaders. They're about a full straightaway back from the Spec MX-5 slowest car, so they'll probably get to that car before the end of this race. But the top 4 positions in Spec Miata, Wyatt Couch, Evan Jacobs, Clement Lee, Ren Messenger, are all covered by about 1.2 seconds, and then it's 1.8 seconds back to 5th place. So still, those 4 cars definitely all in the discussion here with 12 laps to go. Nothing is settled yet in Spec Miata. And that is the way it often is out here, folks. You've got all these cars that are essentially identical in theory. Then it's all about which driver can put together the best lap each lap and lap after lap. Got a new feature this weekend, our little ticker at the bottom of the screen. Hopefully you're enjoying the information off of that. It's got our daily race schedule there, as well as the winners from our Saturday and Sunday races. Getting that updated after each race, best I can. Looks like Cooper Hicks might be closing the gap just a tiny bit to Jared Goff, still at 0.6 seconds. So the lead for Spec MX-5, that is still in question. Then you got a decent 3.6 second gap back to 3rd place. 3rd place has got a bit of a gap over 4th place. So Ryan Gutierrez looks like he's in a decent spot with 11 laps to go. Still a lot of racing to go here, though. 11 laps doesn't sound like much. It can feel like an eternity when you want it to be done because you're in the lead. Wyatt Couch, Evan Jacobs, Clement Lee, Ren Messenger still all right there. Little bit of a gap now has opened up between 2nd and 3rd place. It's now 1.3 seconds. So Couch and Jacobs trying to pull away from the rest of the field. Little by little, they're making that happen. All right, Cooper Hicks now definitely closing up on Jared Korth. 0.2 of a second this time by. With 10 laps to go, it looks like Jared Korth may have his hands full trying to keep ahead of Cooper Hicks here. And the thing they need to be careful of is if they start mixing it up, that could open the door for Ryan Gutierrez to come back into the discussion. Kind of a similar situation playing out front here for your leaders in Spec Miata. Wyatt Couch now, although he's now opened up just a little bit more than a second over Evan Jacobs. So the race for the front podium positions in Spec Miata, a little bit more calm, I guess. There is Cooper Hicks now closing down again on Jared Koth. There's a lot of confidence that gets built when you know you can stick with the leader. Then you have to start building up your confidence as to know you can pass the leader. As the old saying goes, catching the leader is a whole lot easier than passing the leader. So we will see what kind of racecraft Cooper Hicks has. See if he's got anything once he gets to the back bumper of Jared Korth. Does he have anything to get past him? Here they come through the final corner again onto the main straight. One of those two cars put a wheel off. I'm not quite sure which one. My guess is that maybe it was Hicks because he lost 0.2 of a second on that lap. You know, there's two school of thoughts here. Bide your time. Wait until a lap or two to go. Problem is, if you do that, you might realize it's a little harder to get by the guy than you thought. And you might need a couple of laps to figure out where to do that and how to do that. So hopefully Cooper Hicks, hopefully, for him and his fans are hoping he is able to learn what he needs to learn about where Koth may be a little bit better or maybe a little bit weaker so that he can have a decent shot at going after him in the final couple laps if that's what he chooses to do. Wyatt Couch continuing to pull out now 1.384 lead, widening that gap between first and second in Spec Miata. Couch, Jacobs, and Lee, first, second, and third, or first, second, and fourth, all Southern California drivers. Red Messenger, he's listed as from Bedford, New York. I'm pretty certain he lives out here because we've had him out here before. So he also knows his way around Buttonwillow. See if I can find him here. Yeah, it doesn't indicate where he's currently living. But he is Facebook friends with a bunch of the drivers out here, so I'm pretty certain he is, while he may hail from Bedford, New York, he is living out here at the moment. Got a change up front. Cooper Hicks take the lead. It looks as though Jared Koth is falling back in the order. I'm not exactly sure what happened here. But he is way back. He has fallen to 11th overall, and he's still falling through the order. My guess is he has had some sort of a mechanical problem or he's gone off somewhere. We keep talking about this is why we run the full race, folks. But he is definitely not moving on the racetrack at this time. This could be him coming across the line now. Nope, that is still falling through the field. Here comes another couple of slower cars moving past the line. He is definitely not circulating, I don't believe, at this moment. He is about to drop to last place here. Let me see if I can find out what's going on. I will be back in just a second. Don't go anywhere. Just got word from race control. A mechanical problem has ended Jared Korth's day. He's off in the east section of the racetrack here and pulled off for the remainder of this race. So right like that, Jared Korth, who had had led the race from the green flag, has a mechanical problem. He drops all the way down to last place. His day is over. Cooper Hicks takes over the lead, and not only does he take over the lead, he had already gained 6.8 seconds over second place. So with 7 laps to go, that's really good news for him. We're also past halfway, so let's do a full field rundown brought to you by the Inside the SCCA podcast. Cooper Hicks is your race leader and overall leader. He is the SMX leader, Spec MX5. The rest of the Spec MX5 field, Ryan Gutierrez in second. Michael Newmeyer is in third. Sophia Story is in fourth. And Patrick Drinkwine is in fifth. Now running down your Spec Miata field, your race leader at the moment is Wyatt Couch. He's opened up a 2-second lead over Evan Jacobs in second, and Clement Lee is 3.7 seconds back from Evan Jacobs in third. Then you've got Ren Messenger, Jeremy Rudder, Brett Ravetta, Carl Yonk, Curtis Z, Sayo Hariyashi, Aaron Coulter is in 15th. Those are your cars that are running at the moment. And then, of course, in 16th place, you've got your former Spec MX5 leader, Jared Koth. That's how the full field sits right now at the halfway point, actually a little bit past the halfway point. 6 laps to go here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park in our second to last race of the day. Reminder that race number 7, our final race of the day, is our big GT cars, GT2, GT3, and ITE. We call them the ground pounders because that's what it feels like when they go past the start-finish line at full song. Starting to see some cars put a wheel off at the exited turn, the final turn. We call it Sunrise here. The turn at the other end of the main straight we call Sunset. You can probably figure out the why in that. Want to give a big thank you to all of our volunteer workers who are out here this weekend helping us make this thing happen. See if I'm going to pull up the list so I don't miss anybody. See, if I would do that all the time, I wouldn't have to worry about anybody coming after me. Our stewards, our chairman of the stewards of the meet, Joe Hobbs, thank you. Our emergency services folks, great folks out here today. Also want to give a big thank you or a big congratulations to Mike and Bonnie Lawler on their 17th wedding anniversary. I believe they met at the racetrack, and they're celebrating 17 years at the racetrack as well. Flag and communications workers, those are the folks on the corners waving the flags, our angels in white, our grid workers, our pace car drivers, our race chairman, our registration folks. Without them, we'd never even get to the racetrack. Our starters, of course, our tech inspectors, and then finally timing and scoring. Without them, we wouldn't know who's winning. I would have never known that Jared Koth was winning, and now he's not. Anyway, all those folks, by the way, are volunteers. They come out here because they love cars and they love the family of people that we have out here. And it is a great time. We enjoy each other's company almost all the time. We usually have some fun after the racing hours as well. A lot of us stay at the racetrack, camp at the racetrack. If you want to learn how to come out here and have fun with us, go to calclub.com if you're in the South. In Southern California. And if you are not in Southern California, go to SCCA.com, find a local region near you. Get involved. It is a ton of fun. Next time by, it'll be 4 laps to go for our race leader right now. That's Cooper Hicks. He has opened up a 9.7 second lead over the second place car of Ryan Gutierrez. He's got a 1.1 second lead over Michael Newmeyer. So that is not out of the question yet for second place. Third place, the lead is 9.7 seconds. So not very likely with this short amount of time, unless something happens to one of the cars up front. Does not look like Sophia Story will be able to jump to the podium today. But crazy things are happening. Ask Jared Koth what can happen. What can happen. Looking ahead now, Patrick Drinkwine's in 5th. Now your Spec Miata top 4 cars, Wyatt Couch, Evan Jacobs, Clement Lee. They're all 3-4 seconds separating all of them. Although Ren Messenger, he is only 0.2 seconds behind Clement Lee, so he has eyes on potentially a third place on the podium. Pretty certain I see those cars coming across the line now. Oh, actually not. I think they're actually going down I-5 and heading towards the A section. So we'll catch them next time they come across. That's the Clement Lee Ren Messenger battle I'm talking about for third place in Spec Miata. Yep. Here comes Wyatt Couch, Evan Jacobs, and there is the battle coming out of the front straight. You'll see him right now. Clement Lee, Ren Messenger, they're still trying to fight it out for the last spot on the podium here. 4 laps to go. Got some nice puffy clouds there over the mountains out in the distance. We haven't seen the Buttonwillow Air Show this weekend that I can tell. I call it the Buttonwillow Air Show. There is a farmer who owns the property just on the outside of our racetrack here. And a lot of times on the weekends out here, we see him with his crop duster doing maneuvers and taking care of his crops there. So I refer to that affectionately as the Buttonwillow Air Show. I've not seen him out there this weekend. Maybe the crops didn't need to be dusted. Next time back will be 3 to go for Cooper Hicks. He is in the 86 car. There he is, crossing the line, 3 to go. Once Jared Karth had his problem, Hicks really has had an easy ride of it. He has gained a 12.4 second lead over second place. Michael Newmeyer still pressuring Ryan Gutierrez again, so the second spot on the podium is still not settled. Newmeyer still has 3 laps to try to get around Gutierrez and take that second step. Kind of the same situation for the third step on the podium in Spec Miata. Right now, Clement Lee occupies that step. Ren Messenger wants it. Last time by, 0.3 of a second separated him. We'll see how close they are this time. Still right there together, Lee and Messenger. Lee is in the 89 car, Messenger in the 3 car. 0.294 separating them this time by. Our next race out here at Buttonwillow, June 1st and 2nd. Then we get back to racing action in the spring. In the fall. April 19th and 20th at Willow Springs. And then back here at Buttonwillow, November 16th and 17th. 2 laps to go. 5.2 miles for Cooper Hicks to take the win here. There is the battle for second place right there, nose to tail. And it looks like that Michael Newmeyer is going to try to make the move right here. See if I can see. I think he might have gotten around. Here comes the battle for third place in Spec Miata. Lee and Messenger, no changes there. There is your leader now going down the backstretch, waiting for the second place cars of Gutiel and Newmeyer. They'll be coming into our view any moment. It is still Gutiel in the red car. He is in, I'm sorry, it is Newmeyer who's gotten around Gutiel. He did make that pass stick going into the first corner. Now the question is, can Ryan Gutiel respond back in the next lap and a half? He will certainly try. Right there on the rear bumper. Newmeyer's in the red car. Gutiel's in the blue car. They go down I-5 towards A section. Have a hard time seeing them back there. We'll check them out now when they come around onto the main straight. Now on the main straight is your race leader, Cooper Hicks. The white flag is in the air. 1 to go here in the Spec Miata Spec MX-5 race. Here comes second and third place back on the main straightaway, and Newmeyer's opened up a bit of a lead. It's going to be about a half second here when they cross the line. Not insurmountable, but it will not be easy. 0.554 seconds between second and third. We will see if Gutiel can respond back. Michael Newmeyer looked like he was ready and waiting for the right time. He felt the right time was going into turn one on the second to last lap. We'll find out if that was too early or if it wasn't. Here comes your Spec Miata race leader. Actually, this is your second place car. This is Evan Jacobs coming across the line. There's Wyatt Couch. There's Evan Jacobs. And now second and third, who's it going to be? Still Clement, Lee, and Messenger, but Messenger is right there. Doesn't have many options left. He's going to have to try to make the move if he wants to be on the podium. Now is the time to do it if he's going to do it. Now we're waiting for Cooper Hicks. Here he comes onto the main straight, the checkered flag in the air. Cooper Hicks is going to take the Spec MX-5 race win. Who is it going to be? It looks like Ryan Gutiel's gotten back around Michael Newmeyer. He is going to take second place. What a great response back by Gutiel. Gutiel will take second. Newmeyer will come across the line third. Now we wait to see what happens in this third place battle in Spec Miata. Crossing the line fourth is Sophia Story. Great weekend for her. Here comes Patrick Drinkwine. That's your fifth place car in Spec MX-5. Now we're looking for Wyatt Couch. Here comes the 66 car of Wyatt Couch across the line right there. Then Evan Jacobs is in second. Now we're going to see who takes home third place in Spec Miata. It is going to be Clement Lee holding on for the last 5-7 laps or so with Ren Messenger right on his back bumper. Never missed a wheel, never put a wheel off. And Clement Lee holds on for the final podium spot. Let's go through the whole field here in Spec Miata. Ren Messenger will come home 6th. Again, these are the unofficial results. Jeremy Rutter 6th. Jeremy Rutter 7th in class. Then you've got Brett Rivetta, Carl Yonk, Aaron Coulter, Curtis Z, Sayo Hariyashi, and then Jared Korth, who will come up 16th after that mechanical problem. That's going to do it here for race group number 6. One more to go. We have a bit of a delay because we've got to get that 27 car in from its position there on the east side of the racetrack. So we're going to have a little bit of a delay for our cleanup, but we'll be back with our final race of the weekend here in just a few minutes. Stay with us, everybody. We are here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park for the final race of the weekend here at Cal Club SCCA U.S. Majors Tour. Next up is our... I've got my little titles wrong here. Next up, GT2, GT3 ITE. Here's how they're going to start. Paul Gasson will start on the outside. On the inside, actually, we'll be the sixth row. He is in the ITE car. That is a Ford Mustang. He is out of Fallbrook, California. Row number 5, Chris Qualls in a GT3 Mazda. GT3, is he in a Mazda? Well, it says Mazda RX-7. I'm not sure I believe that. He is from West Los Angeles. Next to him will be Tony Rivera in the Toyota, in a Mazda RX-3. He is from Oceanside. Row number 4, Taz Harvey on the inside. He is in a GT3 Honda Civic from Danville, California. Wolfgang Make is on the outside of row number 4. He is in a Toyota Paseo, and he is from Santa Barbara. Row number 3 is Kyle Kelly on the inside, car number 98. That is a Porsche GT3. He is from Huntington Beach, California. Outside of row number 3, John Stott. He is in the Mazda RX-7. He is from Norco. Row number 2, we've got on the inside is Jacob Yesnick. He is on the inside. He's in a Ford Mustang. He is from Rancho Palos Verdes. Outside of row number 2, Skip Rabazzi. He is in a BMW M3 from Morgan Hill. And your front row, on the outside, you've got Glenn McCready. He is in a GT2 Chevy Corvette. He is from Redwood City. And your pole sitter, Jonathan Greco. He is in the BMW M3, and he is from San Mateo. Lights should be out on the pace car. It is now coming onto the pit lane for the final time, hopefully. But this is the final start of the race weekend. Here your cars come down 2 by 2 onto the front straight. Chuck Phillips has the green flag. Will he wave it? Will he like what he sees? Yes, he does. Here comes the ground pounders down for the first time, heading into turn 1. Here they go. Any issues into turn 1, we will know in just a second. Everyone looks like they're playing like good boys and girls. No issues here. Everyone seems to negotiate turn 1 just fine. Now they go off into the back half of the racetrack. Part of the racetrack I really can't see from the announce booth. That's down towards the sweeper section. There's a big sweeping left-hand turn. They come through that left-hand turn. Then it's a short little straightaway down to the right-hander that goes up over Phil Hill. Then when they come down Phil Hill, there's a right-hander in this direction that puts them on a short shoot down to Riverside. Riverside is, if they can get to flat out from Phil Hill, pretty much a flat out sweeping left-hander. And that leads you onto our back straight, which we call the dog leg this weekend. Just a little kink here and a little kink there, heading down towards our section of the racetrack we call the Grapevine. Big up and over the hill at the Grapevine. Anybody from Southern California knows that if you want to get to Buttonwillow from LA, you're probably going over the Grapevine. So the name of that corner is paying homage to that section of Interstate 5. Then through Cotton Corners, then onto the part of the raceway we call I-5 because it parallels I-5. Now to the A section. That is a little bit there. There's 2 pieces of racetrack there. When you look at it from above, they make a letter A, and that's why we call it the A section. And finally, back onto the front straight is Jonathan Greco in that BMW. He was just amazing yesterday in that car. Drove away from the pack. Seems to be that he might want to do the same thing today. He has already opened a 3.2 second lead up over the second place car of Glenn McCready. That is for 1 race lap, folks. 2.3 seconds on the opening lap. His fast time on this opening lap, a 1:44.5. Leafing through here to see what the lap record for GT2 is on this configuration here. GT2 lap record is a 1:44.7. So he is, wow, he is 0.2 of a second off the GT2 track record. Probably should go back and see, did he break the record yesterday? That's possible because he was flying yesterday too. Pulling this up from yesterday. His fast record yesterday was a 1:45.5. He did not break it yesterday. The GT3 lap record is 1:53, and it wasn't broken yesterday either. So if Those two times are encompassed, are eclipsed today. Those track records still on the line. Jonathan Greco just 0.2 of a second away from that. So let's look to see if he can get below a 144.714. He will be the new track record holder. The previous track record was set in 2023 by Ian Barbieri. Here comes, and there it is, folks. We have a new track record, 143.984. 143.984. It is now the new track record here on this configuration. That is a wicked fast time. Let's see if he can continue to break that track record. Jonathan Greco opened up a 6.7-second lead in 2 laps. And those are cars that are in the same class. So that is a BMW M3. McCready is in a Corvette. Yeah, McCready is in the Corvette. And he has a 2-second lead over the next GT2 car, which is Skip Rabazzi. Skip Rabazzi also in a BMW M3. Just an impressive performance this weekend by Jonathan Greco. He's trying to go back-to-back now. As we learned in the last race, anything can happen. So, we're not going to count any chickens here before they hatch here. With still 14 laps to go in this race. But Jonathan Greco is doing everything he can to be a decisive 2-race winner here. Here comes Jonathan Greco back onto the main straight. Heading down to cross the line this time. What is his lap this time? Not any faster. He's actually slowed down 2 seconds. I think he's realizing that he's got a lead now. Let's just maintain it, at least for a lap or two. May also need to cool the tires down after that last lap effort if he wants to go faster. But even slowing down 2 seconds, he adds almost 2.5 seconds to his lead. Now 9.5 seconds is the lead. Looking down at GT3, your GT3 race leader right now is Taz Harvey. I'm sorry, no, Wolfgang Make is your GT3 leader at the moment. He is 1.2 seconds out of Taz Harvey in second place. Chris Qualls is in the number 7 car, the 62 car. I want to see what happens when he comes by, because it said on the sheet that he was driving a Mazda RX-7. Not quite sure that that's accurate. We also have a car that just pulled in here. It sounds loud, but I can't tell you because he's right underneath the control tower and I can't see it from here. Let me see if I can make whatever car it is, it's either leaving and going back out. Well, it's making a lot of noise. That sounds a little bit like it's having maybe a clutch or transmission problems. Anyway, we'll see if any of these cars start to fall back in the field next time across the line here. All right, here comes Jonathan Greco, crosses the line here. Definitely easing up now after those first couple of blazingly fast laps. But even with easing up, now he has 11.89 second lead over second place. And Skip Rabazzi is starting to put some pressure on Glenn McCready for second place. He's now only 0.6 of a second back. Now across the line, Kyle Kelly, Wolfgang Make, Taz Harvey. And that is an RX-7 that Chris Qualls is in. I did not realize that he had an RX-7. Used to seeing him in Mustangs and A sedan. I'm thinking the car who was having the problems who came into the pits was Jacob Yeznik. He's dropped 6 places Now in ninth place, last place running in this group. He's the guy who sounds like he's having some mechanical issues with that car. Pretty certain it. And if I'm wondering, that car was awfully loud, and that would be a Ford Mustang. So that's possible. I can imagine a Ford Mustang being loud like that. And I am just hearing that Jacob Yesnick has gone to the paddock and retired for the day. So his day is done. My super sleuthing, putting on my Sherlock Holmes cap, seemed to have created the the proper the proper analysis of that situation. Final race of the race weekend. Now you've got McCready and also Skip Rabazi. Kyle Kelly's actually gotten around Skip Rabazi, and he is now on a move to the front. He is the second fastest car on the racetrack right now. So Kyle Kelly, who is driving a Porsche GT3 car, that car has actually been pretty quick throughout the weekend. That's a Porsche GT3 Cup car. He's now moved into third place on the podium here, and he is a bit faster than Glenn McCready in the GT2 car. So he has the potential of catching McCready and getting around him. With a 14-second lead, though, over second place, I doubt that Kelly will be able to catch Greco. Greco's still circulating 2 seconds a lap faster than anybody back in that field. And there are those cars. I see that GT3 Cup car, all three cars, pretty much through 2 or 3 car lengths separating them, going down Dogleg towards Riverside, or towards the Grapevine. That Porsche, all three of those cars, they come together going over the Grapevine, and then they start to pull out. A little bit better off the corner of Cotton Corners for the Porsche as he heads down towards the A section. Seems like he was getting the power down just a little bit better out of that left-hander as he shot down towards the A section. No issues there. We'll see what it looks like when they come back into my view going into turn one. Well, it's still the Corvette out front, but that Porsche is right there and pressing the issue a bit. My guess is that Corvette's probably slightly faster in a straight line, but Kyle Kelly's got that beautifully handling GT3 Cup car. So in the twisty bits, that car should be a little bit quicker in the twisty bits. At the line, 0.4 of a second, 0.481, the difference between second and third. Skip Rabazi's still hanging in there, though. He is the fourth place car in GT2, and he is 0.672 seconds back. So still in the discussion there as well. Taz Harvey just crosses the line in first place in GT3. Not too far back, 1.3 seconds, is Wolfgang Make, also a GT3 car. And then a pretty good gap back to third place in GT3. Chris Quall's not able to hang on to those front two cars. He's back 13 seconds in third place. Hear that RX-7 rotary motored Mazda come flying past, and we've got a pass for second place now. Next time, if McCready can't get back around him again, Kyle Kelly has made the move into second place and seems to be able to hold on as they go through Grapevine. They may come closer together, but yeah, that Porsche just a little bit faster through the twisty bits, and now he's opened up even a bigger lead. Also gets the power down better out of Cotton Corners to open up the gap, even 3 or 4 car lengths it looked like before they went out of my view. Those two cars definitely make their power in different ways. And there is that Porsche now. Wow, probably a 6 car lengths, 7 car lengths lead. So he's opened it up a bit as well. Coming across the line, Kyle Kelly for second place. Glenn McCready 1.6 seconds back already. All right, now the two battles on the track to be watching. The battle for the last podium spot in GT2. That's going to be Glenn McCready and Skip Rabazi. Rabazi only a second back last time by. Then you've got the battle for first place in GT3. Taz Harvey comes across the line. And not too far back, 1.1 seconds. That's Wolfgang Make. Harvey is driving a Honda Civic TCR. And Wolfgang Make is in a Toyota Paseo. So there's the battle of the Japanese car makers here in GT3. And if you add Mazda into that, that would also track well there. So GT3, it's got Honda, then a Toyota, then a Mazda. Or if you're like some of the old school, a Mazda. 9 laps to go here in our racing this weekend. We are coming close to a close here. Want to thank everybody involved here this weekend. Of course, all of the people at Cal Club who helped to put this on. We've got all of the administrators here, the board of directors, our race director, our office administrator, race director Mark Smith, office administrator CC Smith. Those two folks, they put in a whole lot of effort to make sure these races go smoothly, and it is just really awesome to come out here and be part of it when they're running the show. So big thanks to them. Of course, also the staff out here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. James is our go-to guy who, when we have something we need from the track standpoint, James is always right on top of it. So a big thank you to him out here. Of course, the track managers, Mike Miser and Dino. Not racing this weekend, but I do think I've seen him around. But anyway, he's put in a ton of work to get the new racetrack ready as well. So that could be what he was doing this weekend. Of course, we're racing on the original Buttonwillow racetrack. Circuit at Buttonwillow getting ready to open hopefully this year. We'll know more on that in just a bit. There's Taz Harvey across the line. Looks like he has opened up a bit of a lead now over Wolfgang Mink. That car sounded like it missed a shift or something. I'm not sure if it's having transmission problems, but that car did not sound fantastic when it came across the line. I'm talking about the Wolfgang Mink car. That did not sound lovely. 8 laps to go. We're at the halfway point. Let's do a full field rundown. Full field rundown is brought to you by Inside the SCCA. You can find the Inside the SCCA podcast every Wednesday night live at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific on the Racing Network on YouTube. You can also listen to it on the old school way, the OG podcast. Audio only drops on Friday mornings on all of the major podcast platforms. First place overall, Jonathan Greco with at least a 14-second lead at this moment over Kyle Kelly. Kyle Kelly is in second place. Third place in GT3, 2, and third place overall is Glenn McCready. Fourth place is Skip Rabazi. Taz Harvey is in fifth place. He's your first place car in GT3. Second place is Wolfgang Make in GT3. Third place in GT3 is Chris Qualls. 2 cars not on the racetrack at the moment. Paul Gasson, that's the ITE car, 49. And also Jacob Yesnick, who ended his day early with some sort of a mechanical issue. Really interested to see what the time is difference between Taz Harvey and Wolfgang Make here this time by. It was 4.2 seconds, but that Paseo did not sound healthy when he came down the front straight. I also see the BMW M3 of Skip Rabazi is pulled into the pits here. Interesting there. There's Taz Harvey. Now let's see where is... Yeah, Taz Harvey's moved up. Wolfgang Make coming across... The car sounds a lot better this time, although it is a 6-second lead now between second and third place. Yeah, maybe Make just missed a shift right in front of the tower here, and that's why it sounded so funky-dunky. There's Chris Qualls also moving above Skip Rabazi. Skip Rabazi definitely sitting on pit lane. I see the cars checking some tire pressures, so maybe he's going to call it a day. For some reason, not wanting to put the full... They got past the halfway point, so he's considered an official finisher. He'll be 4th in GT2, it looks like. So in the SCCA, you have to complete half the race laps to be an official finisher in a race. So He will come home in fourth place, it looks like, if his day is done. Or maybe they're just adjusting the tire pressures. He's going to go back out for a couple more laps to see what that does. Sometimes if you've resigned yourself to a particular spot and you see that you're not going to make up any real ground, although he didn't look like he was too far off the pace of Glenn McCready. Let's see what he is about to do here. Yep, he is coming behind the wall. He's got to go down to pit. Oh, if he doesn't go down to pit lane, that's going to be an issue for him. Well, they will deal with that in tech. All right, Jonathan Greco, he's holding about a 14-second lead now. He has definitely slowed down after getting the track record, setting the track record on lap number 2. The old track record was a 144.714. Ian Barberi owned that track record. It was set in 2023. Now, the new track record here is a 143.984. So, good weekend for Greco. If he's able to take it home in these last 5 laps, he'll end up with both race wins and the track record here on this track configuration, 14 counterclockwise. Kyle Kelly right now coming across the line. He is 13 seconds back now, making up a little bit of ground. I assume, though, that Greco's just taking it easy, and if he had to, he could put a couple of good laps in here, but it's probably not going to need to. 5 laps to go here. Four laps next time by. Want to remind everybody to come back out and join us next race weekend, June 1st and 2nd here at Buttonwillow. Oops. Doing a little bit of in-race production here. There you go. Next race weekend, June 1st or 2nd out here at Buttonwillow. For more information on that, go to calclub.com. Also, we'll have the races streamed, hopefully with video this time, and that'll be coming up here, our last race of the spring session. Let's call it that. Then we come back in the fall for 2 more races. First at Willow Springs, and then the last race of the year in November is back here at Buttonwillow. All the information about those races, calclub.com. Also, if you're other parts of the country, we have racing all over, all of the premier racetracks in the U.S. Also, a couple racetracks you might not have ever heard of. Lots of action every weekend. Not only just road racing, but also autocross and road rally and rallycross and time trials and hill climbs, and I could go on and on and on. If you like playing with cars, if you want to have hashtag fun with cars, go to SCCA.com, check it all out. Also, you can listen to the Inside the SCCA podcast. We talk about a lot of that on there as well. 4 laps to go, 3 laps to go next time by. At the moment, Jonathan Greco has the race well in hand with a 12-second lead. Really just taking it easy now. All right, we're at 3 laps to go. Right now, we've got Jonathan Greco as your race leader. Second place in GT2 is Kyle Kelly. Third place in GT2 is Glenn McCready. He's actually off the racetrack now. So we only have 2 cars circulating in GT2. GT3, 3 cars left. Taz Harvey, Wolfgang Make, and Chris Qualls. See our race leader actually, I believe, just driving around Taz Harvey, putting him a lap down here. That BMW M3 has been just stout all weekend long. It is a fast, fast race car. Well, I can tell you pretty much why Glenn McCready is down off the racetrack. I see a long streak of oil dry down on pit lane right behind and leading up to the Corvette, which is being towed behind the pit wall. So that car has had some, what we might like to call a rapid unintended disassembly. So they'll have to work on that car a little bit. 2 laps to go. Jonathan Greco just crossed the line. Wolfgang Make right behind him. So it was the Wolfgang Make car that was being passed, not the Taz Harvey car. Kyle Kelly just crosses the line as well. He is 10 seconds back. Ready to assume the lead if Greco has any problems. I don't think that's going to happen, but I didn't think so in the last race either, and it did. One lap to go next time by. We're hearing the officialness from race control. Been a fantastic weekend of racing out here. Weather has been spectacular. The drivers have been played like good boys and girls out here. No major incidents, thankfully. Probably should wait until the racing is over to say that, but only 2 laps to go. Some really impressive driving performances this weekend. Jonathan Greco trying to wrap up 2 in a row here for him in GT2. Taz Harvey also trying to wrap up 2 in a row. He won yesterday's race. Now that I say that, maybe I should go back and look to make sure, but I am almost 100% certain that Taz Harvey also won yesterday. Yes, he did. So he's trying to make it 2 in a row for him as well. You know, 7 races in all these different classes. Sometimes it's hard to keep track of who does what and where. But, yeah, Harvey won yesterday in GT3. Greco won yesterday in GT2. There is your... That is Taz Harvey just crossed the line. Now we have 1 to go. That was Jonathan Greco across the line. He might catch Taz Harvey before the end of this race, although there's really no reason to do so. But the white flag is in the air. We are less than 2 miles, 2.6 miles, probably 2 miles to go for our race leader, Jonathan Greco. Let me check one more thing. This might be one of those rare, absolutely perfect weekends. Ooh, hold on. Yep. There is Taz Harvey, and not too far behind Jonathan Greco. He may make this pass before we get this race over, and he does. Taz Harvey, what a gentleman! Drives over to get out of the way of the race leader, even though he is also leading his class. Basically made tons of room for Greco to get by. Maybe Taz Harvey doesn't want to run an extra lap. This is one way to get it done. Here comes Jonathan Greco. He will come into our view in just a second. Also check one more thing. Hold on. Coming to the line for the final time, Jonathan Greco. A perfect weekend. pole on Saturday, win on Saturday, pole on Sunday, win on Sunday, and a new track record of a 143.993. What a fantastic result for him here at Buttonwillow. Looking also at Taz Harvey, who is also your race winner, checking one thing on him. He was the GT3 pole sitter on Sunday. Let's check to see if he was the GT3 pole sitter on Saturday. Might not be as perfect a weekend for him, although... So he won the pole on Saturday, won the race, won the pole on Sunday, won the race, although he did not get the track record. So good weekend, very, very good weekend. Not a perfect weekend, but hey, you know what? 2 race wins, that's really all that counts and all that matters. That's going to do it here from Buttonwillow Raceway Park. 7 races in the books yesterday, 7 races in the books today. Great weekend here. Hope you had fun with the radio call. We'll be back on June 1st and 2nd to do it all over again. I'm Brian Belansky. For everybody out here at Buttonwillow, everybody at Cal Club, we all appreciate y'all. Thank you for coming and racing with us. Have a great and safe drive home tonight. And don't forget, as I always like to say, go play with cars.